Teď sme tu páni, ideme to roztočiť. Roztočíme tú tematiku. Dobre. Nedáme kožu lacno, zkontrolujeme, či sedí zvuková stopa. Teď sme tu páni, ideme to. Zvuková stopa sedí. Spustíme Fallout. Ideme zobať nápojku. Dneska je Monarch a zelený ide dnu. Teda dneska je červený von, Monarch ide dnu, ha? Tak to bolo, sa mi zdá. Monarch, Chaotic bol, áno, Chaotic bol. Ten červený ide von, Monarch ide dnu. A dáme si studeného držgrša. Dobre, dáme si studeného držgrša. Dobre bude, páni, dobre bude. Buď bude dobre, alebo bude bieda. Goko, čuj! Špekačka! Čuj! Špekoč. Čo? Čo si došiel ako hrvát? Došiel si ako šmikler. Úplne namazaný. Keby ťa pomazali servátkou. Čo je? Keby ťa pomazali servátkou, ty koňo. Pomazali ťa servátkou? Šmekač. No to s tým. Špekač. Čo? Trošku, že pomazali ťa servátkou? Medic. Troubleshooter. Anti-air, Mr. Handy Pass. Junkie Dead Claw. To není zlá power attack damage. Medic Handy Pass. Zase B. Mutants B. Break. Sa môže hodiť. Znamená, že mám rovnaké obidva. A tomu sila sa môže hodiť. Grobné Gaxa. Staháže vás. Je pravda, že to je nadľa akcie s týmito vecami. Tieto sa môžu hodiť. Moc nie, ale... Nadľa akcie. Ale desáčka. Zílet. Máme 15 bodíkov, to znamená, dali by sme tohto. Antibaza. Dokopy s nejakou jednotkou. Blooded submachine gun. Je blooded, teoreticky. Z toho môže blooded roll. Čo môže byť solidné, čo tu máme? Ako teoreticky to môžeme nechať tak, zobadenú desiatku, zobadeného extermináta. Koľko? Ja s ním strhnú, daš ďalšie. Koľko? Poď ideme. Čo sa dráždiš? Čo sa dráždiš? No a ideme si dať studeného držgaša. Studeného držgiho. Teplota je zase na 32 stupňoch. A keďže je teplota na 32 stupňoch, tak si potrebujeme dať aj my studeného držgaša. Dáme si jedného rýchlo studeného držgaša, páni. A vidíme sa, keď prídem. To je maximálne 3 minútky, maximálne 3 minútky. Takže páni, sme tu. Trošku to predĺžilo. Ale sme tu a môžeme to ísť točiť. No, čiže ukážeme si nápojku, ukážeme si našu servátku. Máme postavenom držgršie, je to klasický hel. Klasický migrifič, red grape, klasická servátka, pol-litrový súdok, pol-litrová makaronka, pol-litrový bobán, pol-litrový pečivál. Dáme si ho do nosa. Trošku to samozrejme rozproudíme. Čo zdať si nápojku, neušetril som veľa kýl, lebo situácia sa trošku je zmenená, ale nejaké výhody tu samozrejme máme. Keby ste chceli trošku tovaru, Gogo, poď sem. Čo je dneska sa taký čiperný Gokse. Čo? Škrečok. Si došiel znova ako servátka. Si došiel medzi nás. Došiel si medzi nás, čo? Trošku pokrekovať tabaky, Ale nedráždi sa, poď dole, nedráždi sa. Ja len zhasnem svetlo a hneď som tu. No nedráždi sa. Nedráždi sa, hlávač. Už nejaký rok tu točíme, nie? Ty a ja, dva gurmáni, dve špekačky. Poznáme si PalWorld? Čo bude v PalWorlde robiť? Nebude moc dobre točiť. Čo je to piču zrobí? Skorumpovaný drevorúbač. Takže môžeme z určitosťou povedať, že sa nepodarilo zohnať čankera. Každý deň som robil minimálne 10. 10 fastnachtov denne, každý 10 ich bolo určite. Fastnacht trval 2 týždne. Robil som 10 denne. Robil som 140 fastnachtov. A nič z toho nebolo. To 40 fastnachtov, na piču som ho odfotil. Neviem prečo. Pôjdeme urobiť do PalWorldu asi ešte tých vodárov, trošku ich roztočíme, necháme kvalitného vodára jedného. Konec koncov, keď toho tak zoberie, tak robíme aj nejaké pizze. Škrečok. Jak ty chceš trošku chceš trošku servátky. Chceš trošku servátky? Chceš trošku servátky? Si dáme servátku. Čuješ, Kerčok? Zhodili dole? Asi tak to vyzerá. Ako dával si servátku, ale zhodil ju. Kde bol ten, kto ho mal líznúť? Faceland, snacks. Short Gatling gun. Ako nechcel som moc točiť, a mal by som jedného lídra ešte trošku vykryštalizovať. Vykryštalizujeme jedného lídra, dobre, jedného lídra. A ideme na ten PalWorld odchytávať tých vodných vodárov. Zase chceš servátku, lebo si svoju servátku zhodil. No. Ak chceš servátky, tak nehaď servátky na zem. Dobre, dohodneme sa, Škrčok. No. Proste to je celý on. Chce servátky a zhádže si ich na zem, keď ich dostane. Potom pýta ďalšiu servátku. Zhodí si jednu servátku na zem, pýta ďalšiu. To znamená, my ideme do toho PalWorldu odchytovať vodných, potrebujeme naozaj ešte jedného kvalitného, tučeného, masného, silného, drsného, šovinistického vodára, aby tá múka sa točila na čo najlepšej úrovni. A samozrejme čo najlepšej úrovni. Máme strašne veľa berries. Tá tretia plantáž berries aj nie je taká dôležitá, podľa mňa tam mať, ale... Problém je, že tam nemôžeme dať ďalšiu pšenicu. Pretože... Pšenica je väčšia ako berries. Tým pádom spôsobuje konflikty záujmov. Ale robíme kvalitné pice, to sa zase musí nechať. Toto nám nebude stačiť. Možno keby som zobral spodnú časť, spodnú petolízačku, ale popravde také vševectvo. Myslím, že stačilo. Ako šmáci dostanú pár vecí popod páčkal. Mohlo to byť lepšie, mohlo to byť horšie. Ideme nachytať tých šperkov. Followed sa celkom dobre kryštalizuje, budú dole perky. Budeme mať vakcináciu. Ostatné rezistencie. To bude solidné. Takže servátka tu môže byť, lebo vidíme reštartnutý save. Takže servátka tu môže byť. Takže zoberieme si ju. Ako nechce sa mi to moc reštartovať, poviem pravdu. Ale môže tu byť. Dobre. Môže tu byť servátka. Ale reštartneme to. Ako sme na tom s buffermi? No, buffy. Ako sme na tom tu? 15,29. Ako mohli by sme trošku zinkasovať drobné, ale nemám ani čo predať, že by som to vylízal. Už to nie je až také dôležité. Belok, žena. Žena, posad sa, neboj sa. Žena, posad sa. Dobre bude. Relaxuj. Neboj sa, žena. Posad sa. Belok. Si naša šmiclárka. Spolu točíme nejaké fragy. Takže máme 113. lídra, môže povedať 113. lídra. Ideme urobiť toho jedného kvalitného vodára. Ešte šmáci si vyžadujú tovar, tak nazveme šmákom poslé kusky tovaru. Poslé kusky tovaru. Posledné kusky tovaru. Šmako. Šmako. Takže môžeme si to pozrieť, máme slušný počet lídrov. Máme 113 lídrov. To nám stačí na niekoľko rokov gurmanky. Dobre, ideme nachytať tých vodárov. Prišiel ich čas, mohli som trošku kapacitu si zvýšiť. Mohli som si zvýšiť kapacitu. Artisan Nocturnal, Workslave Series, tento by trošku lízal. No, zvýšime si kapacitu najprv teda, aj tak ešte nemám oného. Tu som kedysi mal kvalitnú základňu, ktorá točila pekné fragy. Koľko má? On má... On má tú klasiku. Má Swift, Runner, Sirius a Nimble. Nie najlepšie, nie najlepšie. Dalo by sa lísť, je lepšia firma, ale... Budeme to siliť, jo. 2 minútky máme. Dobre, to nebudeme. Odchytíme tých vodárov. Neviem, či zelené na nich stačia. Ťažko. Wow. Koľky sme odchytili? Koľko povedal? Prilo má tiež 6 povedal, nie? Čo solné šmaky. Solo pomoni. No. Potrebujeme si zároveň spraviť koľko to tu vyzve? Sto? 80 bude stačiť. Osemdesiat. Osemdesiat mi stačí. Osemdesiat stačí. Ako nemusíš mať od seba. Stačí to robiť takto. Odtiaľ to. 18-kový gopflin. Má 11. Serious Work Slave Artisan Nocturnal Artisan 7. 3, 4. 5. 6. A tu mám kvalitného. Takže koľko potrebujeme? Máme ešte nejakých ďalších. Tuto to trošku viac, ne? Môžem sa... Máme ešte nejakých ďalších tuto vzadu. To znamená... Tento muž a tiež žena. Tiež žena. A tiež solidná. A toto je solidná žena. Tento pôjde preč. A tento je solidný. Poď zatiaľ sem. Tu som otvoril nejaké špaky. Tie budú chvíľu otvorené. Ako nemusia byť, teoreticky nemusia byť. môžeme tam do týchto Helzofiov. A týchto Bigardevcov. Takto. A sem by sme dali našich šmikošov. Necháme nejakých 60 vodárov. Dva vodárov. Plus minus to vychádza. To pôjde rýchlo. To pôjde rýchlo. Vodaj sa dobre odchytávajú. Máme jedného kľúčového, teraz potrebujeme už len zistiť, že môžem to dať aj tam vedľa, keby som chcel. Potrebujem zistiť, či je to muž. Neviem, či to niekde nebolo prázdne, nebolo prázdne, že? Je to muž, potom taká muža, Siri je to žena. Je to žena. Pozriem, či tuto máme už finálne ženy obidve. Ak nie, tak by sme ju tam lízli. Nemáme. Takže táto žena pôjde na miesto tejto. Máme ženu a muža. Pekne vykryštalizované. Títo šmáci točia šalaty. Nejdem hneď teraz. Nešli by sme hneď teraz lízať. Ale chvíľu by sme počkali na to krkonožstvo. Chvíľu by sme počkali. Idem sa pozrieť, či náhodou tu nie je dungeon, ktorý by sme mohli trošku vylízať. Nie. Nemáme z toho veľkú vedu. Lízneme zatiaľ týchto, ideme tých vodárov dochytať. Môžem sa pozrieť, kde padol ten meteorit, čo tam bude. Čo tu bude? %, šanca. 23. Filantropista Selín. No. Meteority sa vždy zídu. Z toho máš trošku petelice. Ako nehovorím, že je to niečo prevratné. Ale meteority sú dobré, lebo z toho máš trošku petelice. A neviem, kde ich dávam. Ja si zdal, že meteoritové oškvarky som mával tu, ale vyzerá, že nemal. Čiže trošku nepriateľné a trošku nepripustné. Nevadí, meteoritové servátky sú očividne v tom vzadnom prúde. Takže by sme zobrali ten zadný prúd. Máme 1150 váhu, 1250 váhu. Takže znova veľmi solidné čísla váhové. Stovku sme získali navrch. Ty meteority kam dávame? Lebo teoreticky mali tuto lustrovať. Tuto sú niekde, nie? Nie sú tu? Kde máme meteoritové servátky? Robia pizze točia. Ako pizzy máme relatívne dosť. My sa zdalo, že tu boli, ale nakoniec oni boli tam v tej vrchnej fázóne. Ako pizze sa točia, mlieka máme dosť, vajec máme dosť, múky je dosť, pizzy je 980. Môžem ich pekne otáčať, takže tu boli vo vrchná servátka meteory, lebo som ich zvykol používať, áno, som ich zvykol tu používať, ale nie je to dobré. Treba šetriť, lebo tieto srákory potrebuješ. Tieto srákory potrebuješ na nejaké servátky. Potrebuješ ich na nejaké petolízačky. Takže dostali sme selling toho filantropa. Je to žena s filantropom. Ale to je čistá žena. Čistá žena je lepšia ako žena s filantropom. Dáme ju sem dozadu. Máme Frostaliona. Už keď sme pri tom, to som sa pozrieť, či Frostalion Noct. On je iba dark, on není duálny. Čo samozrejme komplikuje jeho situáciu. Dobre, poďme chytať Goblin Turf. Ideme to rozraziť. Dáme kožu lacno. Musím ich strieľať? Nemusím. Že nechyba veľa. To nechyba veľa. Well. Fuck. koľko mi chýba. Veľa ich nemôže už byť. Môže byť veľa. Mi ostalo 23 sfér, 80, dvoch som mal. A 112 fluidov. Myslím, že už máme dosť. Dosť často som potreboval viacej sfér. Dosť často to bolo 2 na 1 pretelicu. Takže možno odhadovať, že ešte mi treba nejakých. Vynulujeme to na 0 asi. A budem sa pozrieť, koľko som odchytil. Podľa mňa už mám dosť. Podľa mňa už mám dosť. Podľa mňa sme odchytili 62. Podľa mňa sme odchytili 62. A dole zoberieme ešte dvoch. Jeden ušiel. A teraz by už to malo byť dosť, myslím. Malo byť dosť, myslím. Lebo on nebude prenášať tovar, on bude robiť čisté vodárstvo. Ten jeden bude robiť čisté vodárstvo a uvidíme, že ako sa to bude s ním lustrovať. A myslím, že máme dosť. 61. Right. Jeden a... Jo. Títo mi ostali navrch. Že tí, čo mi ostali navrch, pôjdu takže táto žena level 18. To teraz už pekne roztočí. Nastavíme ju, aby netransportovala. Ty nebudeš teraz, ty si čistý vodár, dobre? Sústreď sa na tú vodu. Ty si kvalitný vodár. Bude sa sústrediť na ňu, dobre? Štyri vajce budeme potrebovať. A teba dáme teraz. Nech ušetrí, nech to tam ne. Nech to tu neškvarí. No. Dobre. Ty môžeš transportovať, ale aj ty si kvalitný vodár samozrejme. Ale ja by som potreboval spraviť... No, spravte mi 200 týchto. Možno, že budeme ešte potrebovať znova. Pretože... Chcel by som robiť aspoň 20 týchto sfér. Na tie sféry potrebujeme, to sú ultimátne sféry, 20 v paldiumu. Ja, plastil, plastil nie je až také drahé. Paldiumy, ale to chce veľa palmetalu, že? Nie, palmetaly to pýta. Solidné várky. Solidné várky. Solidné várky. No a to sme skončili zatiaľ. Tie paldiumy budeme potrebovať tiež, ale myslím, že máme solidné várky. Máme solidné várky. Myslím, že máme solidné várky. To znamená, paldiumy tiež treba otočiť. Aspoň tých 30 kusov. Takisto vidíme, že potrebujeme točiť 1250, 1350 a 1450. Znova, veľmi solidné čísla. Veľmi solidné čísla. Tuto máme samozrejme znova trošku problém, paradajky sem nosia a nemajú ich sem nosiť. Treba zatrhnúť ingrediencie. To je tam napísané, čo materiál a ingrediencia. Dobre, takže sme v suchu. 4 servátky. Vidíme, že tie paldiumy a ten kameň budeš potrebovať slušné čísla. Slušné čísla. A torty máme dosť, že áno. 400 tort, to je ako maku, ako pervitínu. Jeden, dva, tri, a 4. Takže máme tu ďalšieho, jedného z tých kľúčov. Áno. Kľúčový orserk prišiel. Podkaliber. Táto žena nie je potrebná. Ako nie je najhoršia, ale chyba je šťava. Ešte my sme chytili šťavnatého orserka. No. Chytili sme samozrejme šťavnatého orserka. Kde? Kam som ho dal? To sa pomýlil. To mal byť orserk. Kam som ho dal? Kam sa dal toho šťavnatého orserka? Man, what a JoJo. Kam sa dal toho šťavnatého orserka? Kde som sa pomýlil? Ostal tu. No. Ako budem potrebovať pekne veľa kameňa, aj tak. Budem potrebovať pekne veľa kameňa, aj tak. To sa nezastaví tak je ľahko. Toto váži koľko? 500 kg. 500 šťavnatých kg, no. Päťsto šťavnatých kg. Tieto veci hovorím, vždy budú treba, ale myslím, že sme na tom solidne. Na palmetali potrebuješ uhlie, sa mi zdá. To je tá vec. Takže uhlie stále bude treba otáčať, alebo nie, potrebuješ na refine igotioň uhlia. A myslím, že sme aj tak v pohode, Sme na tom aj tak dobre žoviálne. Bude si treba trošku viacej srvátky. Tento Pichus, kaliber Toyota, prehráva 3.7, to je ono. To je ono, len mu nárešte. Len mu nárešte tou bastardovi chorému. Len mu nárešte. Podrbaný kovet. Za chvíľu končíme. Takisto. Len mu nárešte. Mozgovi rozrezanému. Takže máme kvalitného vodára. Masného, tučného, silného vodstera jedného. Solidného petolízeča. Solidnú srvatku. Solidnú srvatku. Hovorím, je to tvrdé. Váhovo sme na tom 409 kilečiek. To tvrdé. Tvrdé. Tvrdé, rázne a neúprosné. Tvrdé, rázne, neúprosné. Pozrieme sa, či náhodou niekto nepredáva. Ok, mám vymizívač na ceny, ktorý si to Pichusov. 1500 plánov má, 1100 plánov. Ale vymizívač na ceny, kto si to Pichusov bude predávať motorizovaný bar chunker. Zhodili vodu? Ty krekery? Nemá. Nemá nič. Kadeť. Ideme sa pozrieť na nich, či zhodili vodu. Zvodili vodu šprkači, no. Co nedá robiť? Zvyknú to robiť. Počinka ešte neprišiel domov. Nepárne budú Big Macy. Nepárne budú Big Macy. Juniori. Budú to juniori. Budú to juniori. Čas okolo 22:30. Ako sme na tom? No a tu sme skončili. Lebo potkaná. V PalWorlde už nemáme moc čo točiť. Oj, v tom PalWorlde tam nepridali kvalitné veci. Nedali tam žiadnych palov, ktorých by som chcel testovať. To by som chcel levelovať a pridať, čo spôsobil samozrejme problémy.
A smart idea, create a website, and so Nice.gg would come into play where he set the prices at around $100 to $120. And according to Nice, he would instantly get booked out with 6 clients a day, every day at $120. This website would grow in the future to host more coaches on it, where Nice would get a 20% royalty free from orders. But Nice's coaching started even prior to the Fortnite art. In fact, according to this one article, it was back in 2015 at $20, and by 2017, he would up his coaching prices to $40 from $30. It would only go up from here. This would also eventually start multiple YouTube channels such as League of Legends Coaching, LOL Coaching, Nice, but this account previously would just be called League of Legends.
To je ale pozor nejaké seriály.
It is what it is, better Jim Lewin, it is what it is. subhuman is coming in. Who is the subhuman? The subhuman. He's doing the subhuman. I speak subhuman.
What?
Čierny deň u Matovičovcov. NAKA zasahovala, zadržala a obvinila. NAKA po dlhom čase zasahovala, zadržala, vypočula, obvinila a prepustila popierača atentátu na Roberta Fica. Julius Kováč alias Modrý zajačik pred rokmi šíril blúdy o tom, že som zabil Dudského. Neskôr, že generálny prokurátor Maroš Žilinka je agent KGB. Škoda, že prichádza až teraz. Ale skôr ako NAKA mala prísť zvieracia kazajka. Priznáva s úsmevom Martin Daňo. Netreba zabudnúť, že Julius Kováč je dlhoročný podporovateľ Igora Matoviča a na jeho profile nájdete množstvo bludov, ktoré hovoria som všetko.
NAKA pre sile pred pár hodinami zadržala, vypočula a následne prepustila Juliusa Kováča, ktorý na internete vystupuje pod menom Modrý zajačik. Ten počas výsluchu priznal spoluprácu s pánom Bolesbruchom a toto duo spoločne šírilo primitívne konšpiračné teórie a lži o vymyslenom atentáte na Fica. Chcem podotknúť, že dlhé roky tieto osoby šíria aj informácie a lži o tom, že som ja bol ako kuriér vylákal pána Dudského na chodbu, kde ho zavraždili, že som bol účastný na vražde pána Dudského. A tu treba podotknúť, zamyslieť sa, že keď sa tieto lži a hlúposti šíria o mne, tedy NAKA nezasahuje. Iba ak sa to dotýka váženého politika. Ale zároveň musím podotknúť, že aspoň, že sa to rieši, len bola chyba tam posielať NAKU. Tam treba posielať zvieracú kazajku.
Ďakujem ti za sledovanie. Budem rád
Žilinka, agent KGB.
sledovanie skupín.
You will not be sad. You don't say that.
The PTS is live in Fallout 76, and with it is a bunch of new stuff from the data miners. VSJ has already posted a ton of stuff for Season 18, and it looks to be shaping up to be very awesome. However, early this morning, within the last hour, there have been a ton of things that has come out that we need to go over in the PTS. So I was scrolling right before I was getting ready to go to sleep, and I found this from Sugar Bomb Rads. So as you can see here, Sugar Bomb Rads. Sugar Bomb Rads is one of the pretty well-known data miners. He's used by a lot of the different Fallout 76 creators, including myself and DTD and quite a few other people. So he's very reliable. I think Uranium Fever also uses him. So he's a very reliable source. He has found some emotes for pets. Yes, pets. Now he's saying that this is new, that it is not the same stuff from before, and that there's even tutorials that are attached. But here's all the little animations that you can see here. We got a little dog animation, got a little kitty cat, we got some sit animations, we got some pet animations, like you pet their head.
Sobotu alebo v nedelu?
It's fantastic looking.
Nedelo, čo?
Now, as you can see, somebody's communicating here that this was on the roadmap in 2021, and it said that we'd be getting pets. And this is true. We were supposed to be getting pets. We're also supposed to be getting 4-star legendaries, which is right here as well. And he's also saying that they are possibly bringing back the 4-star legendaries as well. So let's go back down through here. And we'll go over this in just a second as well. I'll probably make a whole separate video on that one, to be quite honest with you. Anyway, so here is where he's saying that the 4-star legendaries are coming. It says, oh, it looks like 4 stars are also coming. And this is 3:29 a.m. He just posted this at 3:21 a.m. So you can see right here, you got some tutorial headers. So season refresh, tutorial 1, 2, and 3. And then here are the pet tutorials here. And it says tutorial 1, 2, and then 3. I like the death claw with the kitty cat and the dog, though. It's pretty cute. Oh, and a bird. Missed the bird. So anyhow, he's saying that this is definitely new. It says those are new in this PTS. Already has a tutorial image up because it says they were never actually removed. We were asking a bunch of questions about
Kde je plešinka?
this has failed. This is one of the data miners I use all the time. He brings up
Plešinka nie je medzi nami.
So that's all that's been
Plešinka nie je doma.
right now for this. Let's see what this says. Elusive legendary mod. Blood healer legendary mod. Not sure exactly what that means, unless this is the 4 stars. This could be 4 stars, I guess. This is power armor for elusive. That looks like it's all mods. All right. Anyway, so getting back up to this other thing right here. This is the no nuke zone that is in the PTS currently, and that means that Helvetia is no longer able to be nuked, which means next 2025 there'll be no more nukes dropped on Plajnot. So there'll be no more trolling and telling people that they can get glowing masks if they nuke the event, or if they do this that they'll get free mask, or whatever other things that people tell other players just so that way they'll nuke the event, hoping to ruin somebody's day. So this is also great news. So these are 3 things that have come out just in the last little bit, and I wanted to go ahead and go over all this with you guys so that way I could get it out. Like I said, it's been in the last hour and 15 minutes or so, and there's so much more that has come out. Like there's a whole bunch of camp resources, there's a whole bunch of prefabs coming. Just it's never ending. You got to remember though that this is the PTS, meaning that Bethesda can change their mind at any time. They don't have to put any of this stuff in there. They've not announced pets, and they have not announced the weapon, the 4-star weapons, as far as I have seen, not since 2021 anyway. And we definitely don't have anything other than the community calendar. We don't have a roadmap, and that was the roadmap previously for 2021, the one that we saw in the up here at the top here. So this was an old roadmap, as you can see. We've not had a roadmap in over a year, so kind of interested to know if we'll ever get a roadmap again, but I don't know. It says don't know when this feature will release. And then at the bottom here somewhere he says he thinks maybe winter, but the thing is I feel like they might have already told us that if they knew it 100%, because we already know about Outpost, we know about the ghouls, we know about Mischief Night, because that's getting ready to happen in October. Hopefully they did remove it from the PTS, so hopefully.
Plešinka nie je doma.
But anyway, guys, let me
To
know.
nie je dobré.
Are you excited for camp pets? I know I am. I definitely want some camp pets. I hope that we get dogs and cats and all different breeds, and I'd love to see a death claw because I love death claws. But I don't see anything else that's been updated since then. So you guys take care, and I hope you enjoy this news as much as I did. Have a good night, and I'll see you in the wasteland.
Si to ty pleši? Pleši! Poď sa posadiť, vítaj doma. Vítaj doma, pleši. Nerob hulovata zo seba, posad sa doma. Nerob hulovata, netancuj, pleši, posad sa. Netancuj a posad sa. Plečter. Netancuj a posad sa. Makové zrno. Makové zrno, plešinka. Netancuj, posad sa. Posad sa, to je ono, plešinka. Vystri si kocúra. To je problém s plešinkou, že vždy, keď to hodí, tak robí konflikty. A místo toho, aby sa v kľude posadil a relaxoval, tak tancuje a robí konflikty. Pozri, aký si velikán, Plester, pozri, aký si velikán. Už si slušný kus. Slušný kus. Slušný kus. Slušný Plester. Nič, poďme dať jedného lídra. Pretože v PalWorld je už naozaj niečo točiť. PalWorld bolo vždy iba taká dočasná relaxačka. Pretože tam nedali kvalitných petov. Nedali kvalitných petov, čo je absolútne nepriateľné, ale spravili to. Spravili to. Nedali kvalitných petov. Tu by som teoreticky mohol trošku váriť, ale nechce sa mi. Ako dá sa váriť samozrejme, ale nechce sa mi. Ako minimálne zopár krkonošov by som mohol naváriť. Zopár krkonošov, poviem naváriť zopár krkonošov, vám uvidíte. Však to nie je problém, 1 hodinku varenia, keď si lízneme. Jednu hodinku varenia. Zopár futier. Zopár futier. Zopár futier. Ako sme na tom? Dá si tie dve lízačky a máš to. Máme tu aj toto, ne? Máme už iba jeden. To znamená, najprv potrebujeme Mám tu nejaké verdanty? Mám 70. Zoberieme 20 verdantov, neviem koľko treba na tú alchémiu. A takisto neviem koľko máme tých lízolov. 5. Stačí mi 4, spravím. $539. Dáme si trošku servátky do nosa. Pustíme si túto petolízačku. Túto petolízačku. Som sa pomýlil. Fakt som sa pomýlil. Pustíme si túto petolízačku. Túto petolízačku. Túto petolízačku. Dáme čaj. Čo neviem, čo som chcel. A to mi stačí. Dobre, čo potrebujeme na donchymy? 5 radišu, 2 garliku. Radiš, garlik, sol, minerálna voda. 15 000 vody, 15 000 radišu, 6 000 soli, garliku potom nejakých 3 000 sa mi zdá. Ako potom garliku 3 000? Ne. Piče. S tým radišom som sa pomýlil, tam mi stačí. To je jeden. To je iba jeden. Má 4 000 eur namiesto tohto. Ja sa pomýlil. Ja. Nemám. Gosh. Chýba mi niečo? Či dám niečo na cooking. Tools. Vyzerá to, že Trochu náhodím pár servátiek, nie moc veľa. Máme tu niečo, čo ma ešte preťažuje viac, ako by sme chceli. Toto 85 toho máme. 46, 65. Nie je to veľa vecí, ktoré ma nejako extrémne preťažujú. Toto váži každé 1 kilečko. Sme v pohode, keď točíme tie fragy. Takže 1, 2, 1, 1 radiš, 1 sol, 2 cesnaku a 5, aj? Tak sa mi zdá, že to je. No. Poďme sa na toto pozrieť. Trošku poďme to vyilustrovať. Plešinka sa pekne vystretil kocúra. Vidíme našeho plestera. Vystretý ako valibuk. Išiel domov a hneď sa vystrel. Chvíľu tancoval, a potom sa vystrel. Chvíľu tancoval, a potom sa vystrel. Či to bude stačiť, asi nie, ale až takto s tými lídermi nesilím. Ani váriť by som nemal, ale trochu navarím. Prečo nie? Prečo nie? Líder je aj tu. Zohnali sme jedného lídra. Bolo to síce na čierno, ale zohnali sme ho odtiaľ. Zohnali sme jedného lídra. Zohnali sme jedného. Máme 114 lídrov. Čo nie je zlé, ale to, čo ma viacej futruje, je, že Ako to strašne biedna natvrdlá doba. Biedná natvrdlá doba. Žijeme sa strašne prekerných časov, ktorých sa nikto z nás nechcel dožiť, ale bohužiaľ teda dožili sme sa ich. Ja stávam žiť ako vyrovnať sa s týmito biednými časmi najlepšie ako sa dá v rámci našich schopností a možností. No ako dobre to samozrejme nie je, ale vy robíte to fever, robíte, tak ja sa pridržím. Lízneme ho spoločne. Lízneme ho spoločne.
Detecting terminated management personnel. Remove this individual from the premises.
Táto vychádza na
Adequate uranium volume extracted and processed. Output quality increased.
žuviálny tabak. Zlé. Ako varíme nejaké jedlá, skôr sa má pripravovať bedne. Ako máme nejaké, koľko máme? 6800, pripraviť sa. Pripraviť ten tabak. Pripraviť ho na
Adequate uranium volume extracted and processed. Output quality increased. Detecting terminated management personnel. Remove this individual from the premises.
idiota so ženým životom si to ide nahraziť ako primitívne hovno bastard, lebo to sú kokoti tí ľudia. Ako toto mi fakt nechýba, keď pozerám tolik retardov, to mi fakt nechýba. Takže je to 1 sol, 1 cesnak, 5 vody. Ne, je to 1 sol, 1 radiš, 2 cesnaku. Je to 2 cesnaku. Alebo je to 1000 cesnaku. Ne, je to 2000 cesnaku. 2000 cesnaku na 1000. A 1000 preto lízačky.
Adequate uranium volume extracted and processed. Output quality increased. Extraction complete. Extractors must complete complete cleaning and ventilation process before continuing operation. Please vacate.
Ako sme na tom? Ale v pohode. Takže ten motorizovaný border chunker sa nepodarí získať. Dneska je posledný deň. Zajtra je posledný deň. Myslím, že už je dosť jasné, že sa nám nepodarí získať motorizovaný border chunker. Myslím, že je to už dosť jasné. Že motorizovaný border chunker nebude. Takže 3 spravíš. Možno 4 teoreticky. Mne sa dá, že to končí. Zajtra je posledný deň. Do 9. A zajtra je posledný deň. Týchto by som mal dokončiť.
Civilians as human shields, which is what they do.
And teach children to be,
Would you be more willing to sympathize with the Palestinian people if instead of bombing them?
I sympathise with them anyway.
We both
But
sympathise
they
with
should
the
be free and
Palestinian
not
people.
subjugated by Hamas
Yeah.
or any other Islamic
What sort of people go into a school or go into a hospital and then hold innocent civilians as human shields, which is what they do?
and teach children to be, terrorists from the age of 3.
I mean, I know it's good for your show to wind everybody up, but the majority of Americans can't agree with you, can they?
So how would you feel about the IDF and the Israeli soldiers if they, instead of blowing them up with bombs, they were running them over with their police cars like they did that cow? Would you be as outraged at the
If it was
IDF?
Hamas terrorists, it doesn't
Yeah,
really matter how you get rid of them.
I'm outraged at them already. That happened to be a bit of local news in the city, which upset me as an animal lover. I can't believe that a cretinous, moronic police person actually... See how politically correct I was there, saying police person. Yeah. And I can't believe that happened, but I'm going to talk about it later. But let's go back to this. Is very serious. There are a lot of innocent people losing their lives on both sides.
Takže pokiaľ sa nemýlim, neviem, či bude stačiť 2. 4000, 4000, 8000 a 20 000. Neviem, či to pokrie. No, toto je malo stačiť na 4 várky. No. Ja. 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 Takže 4 várky sme schopní pokryť úplne v kľude. 4 várky, 4 previtky. 4 várky, 4 previtky, dobre. OAB plus 8. Vždy to bolo plus 8. Myslím, že to bolo plus 5. Ale... Už keď sme pri tom Black Deserte, tak by sme mohli pozrieť.
What is that smite?
Mohli sme pozrieť. Kde sa to pozeralo? 1. júla nejaký update, čo? Či tam bude niečo prozaické sa chystá, ale vyzerá to, že nie. Vyzerá to, že nie. Tak 9.3. Mám všetko, ale nechýba mi nič. Cooking používam. Cooking tank používam Rogerho. Setík máme. Použijeme chybou nejaké bonusy, nejaké buffy, ale kadiť. Toto je tak len varenie na čierno. Toto je varenie na čierno. Ja si toto som mohol dať. Mne sa zdá, že toto... Mne sa zdá, že toto sa dá aplikovať. Ale...
Like, is it that hard to just take the win and just drag it on for under 20 minutes and try to lose the game like this? Is it that hard to just take the fucking win, man? Instead of perma fucking running like fucking retards and forcing pointless fights. Win that fucking winners for sure.
and it has continued ever since Israel was founded. It has never really been at peace. Both sides have been aggravating each other. But since the genocide on October the 7th, if somebody done that to an American town, you'd have nuked.
I can't, I'm very anti-U.S. government. I'm anti the imperialist war machine. I'm very anti-Joe Biden and Donald Trump. So
But what were you doing in World War II? Were you just laid back and let Hitler walk all over Europe?
I don't. I'm not an expert on World War II, but no, I think it's good to stop the Holocaust. I think it was good to try to stop Hitler. Russia did killed more Germans, the Nazis, than.
October the 7th was a pogrom of the Holocaust. It's the worst since those times.
I think Israel pretty much has made up for that. By the way, I just had Ben.
They've got to get rid of Hamas. It's not
By the
great
way,
getting rid of
sorry, again. I just had Ben Salon who did this deep dive into that October 7th was almost engineered by Benjamin Netanyahu and the Israelis. Like,
It's not made him look very good, has it?
That is the most appalling thing I have heard you say. Now, I'm warming to you, Jimmy, as a member of the human race, but to actually start talking all this bollocks is really beginning to annoy me intensely. I mean, you can't honestly believe that. I understand you've got a show to do, you've got to make yourself popular, but you can't.
Netanyahu calls himself Mr. Security. He's very embarrassed now, and he'll be out as soon as there's a general election when the war's finished.
Yeah.
He's finished. So I don't think this is a good idea.
well, I mean, the information that I've come across is that they have. Well, everybody knows that Egypt warned Israel about 7 days ahead of time that there's going to be an attack. They ignored it.
What's your source?
Well, that's stupid. I
Where
mean,
did
they
they
weren't,
get
they
that
weren't, that was just a failure, massive failure.
Even the New York Times has reported that Israel had the plans a year ahead of time, the exact plans that the Hamas followed almost to the letter.
Do you know the problem? Sorry, Jimmy, let me stop you there. We've heard all these stories before. The problem with social media is anybody can say almost anything. And if you say it in a sensible, serious-sounding voice, people believe
It's
you.
such a small country that everyone knows everybody. So you'd be killing your own family if you allowed it to happen. It's just a preposterous thing to say.
So they did. It's called, there's a term for that. What is it? It's the something doctrine. I'll find it in a second. The Hannibal, is it the Hannibal
That's if
doctrine?
someone's kidnapped.
Have you heard of that?
Yeah, if a soldier's kidnapped, you should they will try and shoot him rather than being kidnapped by those savages. It's
Okay,
preferable
so-
to be shot dead than be kidnapped by those.
We've got to take a commercial break, Jimmy. Will you stay there? Stay with us afterwards?
Sure.
But we are not a couple.
Yeah.
And somewhere better could you be? I'm talking to Jimmy Dore, host of the Jimmy Dore Show, one of the most popular shows in America. Just to give you a little idea, hi Jimmy, I can see you on the screen. There's a little clip of Jimmy doing his show.
That's attacking the film. What about those ones? What about those ones? Answer that one. Let him ask the question. I know you get.
Oh my goodness.
This is so awesome.
Oh my god. That boy was gonna dress up like the guy from Judas Priest, watch. At the end. Well, I guess you won't see it.
Someone's gonna get a spanking later. You know that.
Yeah.
Some of us are going to get a spanking later. You know that. Who was the rather ugly, bald, bearded guy you were talking to? No, he's trying to be like me.
Kurt Metzger. I think he's very handsome.
Now listen, you're known for conspiracy theories. I mean, do you believe that 9/11 was a setup?
Well, certainly Building 7 was imploded. But when you say I'm known for conspiracies, I'm more of a conspiracy analyst and debunker. Like Russiagate was a huge conspiracy here in the United States. I debunked that.
Yeah.
The gas attack, Assad gassed his own people. That was a conspiracy theory by the establishment. I debunked that.
You debunked that Assad gassed his own people.
Yeah, that's right. So we debunked
Really?
that.
Why wouldn't you believe that? That sort of stuff. That's what they do.
Okay, because there's no.
I mean, when we were talking earlier about World War II, and you said you know much about that,
I mean, Churchill used gas.
are you actually really one of those who says, man, maybe the Holocaust didn't actually happen and it was perhaps reported badly?
No, I'm not one of those. But Did you ever hear that story about Walter Matthau when he went to? Do you know who Walter Matthau is, the actor?
Yeah.
So when he was on a vacation with his wife, and they went to visit
Auschwitz?
Auschwitz, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. And they got in an argument at the hotel. And so when they were at Auschwitz the whole time, they didn't talk to each other. And in the car ride home, his wife turned to him and said, "You know, you really ruined Auschwitz for me."
I think that, I mean, I can see what you're trying to do, but it killed so many people, men, women, and
From
children,
my relatives.
and some of your relatives. We don't find it funny. And you know, I'm slightly worried that
Come on,
America.
you guys have a better sense of humor. Did you have to pretend to not
No,
like that?
I don't have to pretend, and if I actually thought that was funny, which it wasn't, it was
It was.
disgusting.
Well,
No, it
Elon
wasn't.
Musk took his kid like it was some sort of old or some
Yeah, some people do, but they're mostly Americans.
3-year-old kid.
You know, I realise that since we lost the war in America and you tried to govern yourselves, things haven't been terribly good. But quite frankly, you know, Jimmy, you should be ashamed of
Do
that.
you think Al Qaeda did crash planes into the 9/11? They did
Oh.
9/11. You think that's all?
So so when you say that Assad gassed his own people, that's actually you spreading a conspiracy theory. That's actually
Not
didn't
that shocking though, is it? It's not really a conspiracy theory that he would use
But,
against people in the Middle
it's
East.
like-
So the proof that was brought from people who were there, they weren't really there, and they were the people spreading the conspiracy theories in the first place. Is that what you're saying?
So no, what I'm saying is that there's been OPCW whistleblowers. There was a cover-up, right? So the OPCW, the people who were actually there investigating it and saw.
Pekne točíme. Pekne točíme, pekne točíme. Ako je to katastrofa, páni, čo sme sa dožili. Čiaci samozrejme nie sú dobré, ale jedným slovom sme šokovaní. Sme sa dožili takéhoto futra, takéto drevotriesky, takéhoto tvrdého rázneho mastodonstva, ktorý je v podstate vysoko v náš neprospech. A jednu vec ale musíme uznať, že získali sme kvalitný lídr, máme 114 lídrov. Takže čo sa týka lídrov, pekne otáčame tie fragy. Dobre, 4 zvládnete, ne? Zvládnu 4, myslíte si? 4000, 20 000, 4000 a 8000 cestnačky. Zvládnu 4 kúsky. No. Zvládnu.
There is a clip of them saying we don't want refugees. We're building immigrants in Georgia. It's like, you? Did you not do Iran?
Otočíš to, je? Je úplne v klídku. Vyzerá, že by aj 5 zvládlo. Ale v podstate to otočíme na veľmi dobrý páškal. Nie je to zlé. No, to by sa tam nemal zmestiť. Zmestí sa tam? Dorazíme týchto, nech sa to najklasí.
What was happening had a counter narrative to the establishment saying that Assad, they were silenced and then they rewrote the
So
report.
who did the gassing? Who did drop the gassing?
So it was probably the Al Qaeda. The people was fighting. It's called a false flag. It's normal. That's normal in war. And so that's what happened.
So if you're not a supporter, let me try and work this out. If you're not a supporter of Trump or Biden,
Right.
how do you want to see America progress in the future? What do you want to see?
Oh, I would love to see. That's a great question. Thanks, James. I would love.
Well done.
America has over 800, somewhere around 1,000 military bases around the world. I would like to see them shut those down and the money that we spend on our imperialism and our war, because they're constantly, there's no bigger warmonger or terrorist organization than the U.S. military. Look at the body count just in the last
So
20
you
years.
let
alone.
China take over, basically become the superpower, and America just surrender and be
Well,
war.
how would China take over? Would
Well, because
they
they'd
have-
take the mantle, wouldn't they? They go, look at that, America have dropped the ball. We'll now become the imperialist
I mean,
state that they are becoming.
hang on, don't you seriously believe that Russia's invasion of Ukraine is a worry? Because if they, you're laughing. I mean, it's a tragedy. Why do you laugh about that, Jimmy? Because there are people being killed as we speak.
Because you start the story at the third act. There's 2 acts in front of Russia's invasion of the
But it
Donbass.
doesn't matter. That's all gone. Let's talk about where it is now.
So what it's like if there was an old lady standing in front of a bus and a bus was about to hit her and Putin pushed the old lady on the sidewalk, you would start the story. Putin pushed an old lady on the sidewalk.
I get that because of the '63 missile crisis. I understand, like Putin saying you wouldn't want American missiles, right on his doorstep. But still,
So-
it's shaping up, isn't it, with Russia and Iran and China into, the next World War.
Do you think the
III, which will
world
last
should?
20 minutes.
Do you think? Hang on, Jimmy. Do you think the world should stand by and watch Russia take over another sovereign country?
I don't think the world should have stood by and watched the CIA overthrow the democratically elected government of Ukraine in 2014, which is what happened. And then they installed a puppet, and then the people in the eastern part of Ukraine didn't want to go along with that coup government. And so the government of Ukraine started shelling the Russian speakers,
Let's get back to what I'm
and they had
asking you.
2 peace agreements.
Yeah.
And
Let's
that
get
who
back.
broke those peace agreements. That's the story that
No,
people
that's
don't
your
talk
story.
about.
That's a load of rubbish.
That's not a story.
It's a load of rubbish, mate. Russia is going, if we don't help them, America, you can laugh all you like. You're playing stupid, really. I was warning you, but now I'm really getting
I
pissed
think
off.
you guys are
The
adorable.
We're not adorable. We are not a couple.
Well, I am.
Shut up. But the fact is, it's not funny. This isn't funny. If Russia steam in and say, get rid of him, I'm not having him anymore. He's laughing at
No, but I
us.
mean, let's just get one thing out of him. Well, how are you going to tell us to? Would you say Hamas should release the hostages? Because that's the only way there's ever going to be a ceasefire. What's your views on that?
Well, I think that Israel should probably stop their occupation, their starvation.
They left
their,
in 2005.
their targeting of innocent civilians on purpose. This is all. I mean, they've been planning this for a long time, which is why Netanyahu and the Likud party in Israel they propped up Hamas.
But they
right?
need to get rid of Hamas.
Hang on, do you agree the hostages have to be released?
They couldn't get. Well, they've offered to release the hostages several times with the ceasefire agreement, and guess who's turning that down? Israel. So.
Well,
I mean,
They've killed a couple of hostages yesterday in retaliation for the rescue.
Oh,
They blame it, of course, on Israel, but it's a load of bunkum.
No. Well, they did slaughter. They're just—it's nonstop slaughter. It's wild. I like how some people.
If it was non-stop slaughter, Jimmy,
They'd all be dead.
it would all have been finished a long time ago. The fact is that it's a very difficult and very small area they're fighting in, and they're trying their hardest not to kill civilians. But it's a very difficult thing in
They're
war.
actually setting a record for the minimal amount of civilians killed.
The
in
amount
urban
of civilians killed in Ukraine is horrendous, and nobody reports that. Nobody seems bothered about it.
Well, they rape them and they do all kinds of things, the Russians.
Oh, so you guys, do you ever get whiplash changing the subject so fast like that?
No,
Done it for 30 years.
but usually if somebody's supposed to be as clever as you are,
Thick
he
neck.
can handle it and come back with replies.
Okay, you know what? I appreciate the compliment. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Do you agree with the 7th of October that it was a provocation? Absolutely right, it was a provocation. But you believe it was encouraged by Israel?
It was no doubt about it. It was not only was encouraged, it was almost engineered by.
Are you not embarrassed to say that?
What, they encouraged the rape? Is that what do you agree that there were rapes? And stuff
The
like that?
people who lived right there. By the way, when they had that festival, that music festival, the head of security said we shouldn't do this,
Yeah.
and of course it was overruled by.
So they deserve to get killed and raped and murdered for that?
Oh,
It's a ridiculous
that's not
point
what
you're
I
making.
said.
Yeah, but it's the sort of point you say, oh, they didn't have security, so...
No, that's not. No, what I'm saying is, that I was speaking to the point that this was enabled and almost engineered
Just
by
a massive
Israel.
failure. They wouldn't engineer it. They're all very closely, everyone's close in Israel. It's a very small country. Everyone knows it.
And so they even ignored the people who lived right there who were warning them. They saw Hamas doing trainings, and
There
they
was
just ignored-
arrogance. It was all failures. It wasn't, there
And
was no
it- So again, it's just like you know.
It's the same as
they say-
9/11. Those planes shouldn't have got through.
How did, yeah, remember when they said after 9/11, nobody could ever imagine terrorists would fly their
Yeah,
planes.
exactly. And no one could imagine
Turns out
thousands of
everybody-
people going over the border and slaughtering and raping those people. And when it does happen, that's when you wake
Do you know
up
what
to it.
worries me most of all here? What worries me most of all, Jimmy Dore, is the fact you find this all quite funny and you laugh and smile all the way through it. I mean, I know you think that I find it very upsetting.
It's funny to listen to you guys, the way you pretend to do serious debate, but you just repeat propaganda. So I find that funny.
Sorry,
And so
I'm sorry, mate, but the propaganda is being spread by you. You're the propagandist. We are not. I mean, I know you don't.
What's
Jimmy,
propaganda?
thanks
We
for
haven't
coming
said
on the
anything.
show. Bye-bye. I've had enough. Bye.
Hey fellow world dwellers, it's Angry Turtle reporting from public test server, and today some bad news for railway rifle users. It is receiving a full rework. Yes, it is a rework, so some new unique use cases may be found, but I'm not gonna lie. Overall, it is a nerf because the most powerful part of the use case, which is VATS for railway rifle, is severely affected. As you can probably already notice, that's my Gadroll railway rifle I was using a lot on the live game version. Now, what has happened? Look at the fire rate. The fire rate is now 48 for automatic piston receiver. It was half. It was twice as high, it was 90. Now it's 48. Much less. Additionally, there is some work and rework being done with legendary effects, what indirectly will affect railway rifle. As you can see, the reload speed penalty is added to quad legendary effect. That's new. So that's maybe not direct nerf to railway itself, but to all quad weapons. Therefore, yeah, all quad weapons reload slower. And that's a big deal. May not seem like much, but let me show you. I have character, of course, with a speed demon mutation. I do run on this commando build ground pounder max out, and look the reload. It feels like a slow motion compared to what I have on live. Okay, let me try to count. Okay, I fire, reload. 1, 2, 3, 4. Almost 4 seconds. So that's incredible nerf. Alone, just the reload. Then the fire rate is going down. There are 2 implications to the fire rate. Let's take it to the weapon workbench. There are 2 effects. It's not only that it fires slower, but I will probably need to find one with faster fire rate. But yeah. What else is changing? The good news is, like, if you want to use it on your rifleman build, the AP cost is now the same regardless if it's automatic piston receiver or the single shot. So AP cost overall was reduced by quite a lot, but the AP cost additional reduction from automatic piston receiver was removed. Therefore, automatic version went from, I think it was 6 to 13, so more than doubled. And single shot is like half what it was. So yeah, way better for single shot, but much worse for automatic. And the fire rate difference is no longer such huge. You may see that damage shows smaller in that case, but that's only because I'm running commando perks. If I would have rifleman perks, the prime receiver is more damage overall than automatic. Additional change, And the reason I'm using recoil compensating stock now is that overall recoil of this weapon was greatly reduced. So it is possible to use it even outside of VATS, which is very good. About the other options remain the same. Now, if you didn't notice before, let me just shoot straight. You see that? I can control the recoil. I can shoot it. It does shoot much slower, as you can notice. Yeah, that's much slower shooting, but you can control the recoil. So that's something. There is one more news that is an indirect nerf to this weapon. It changes to VATS behavior versus bosses. I don't have a boss ready here to really show the difference, but it is significant. What is happening, if you are not aware, all the endgame bosses, if this is from Nuka World, the Titan, or if those are the 3 new robots, or if you're talking about Scourgeby's Queen, or if you are talking about Mononga Mine and Mr. Air, they do have damage reduction. In case of Mr. Air, it's 80%, and currently on live game version, VATS criticals completely bypass this damage reduction. And on public test server, they do not anymore. You cannot bypass the boss's damage reduction, which is overall nerf to all VATS use cases. Now let's shoot some enemies so you see how it performs. The tough enemies, Scourge Beast, regular Scourge. The implication of fire rate, what I wanted to say, like you know how I like to use it. I open with criticals and fire 2 spikes to recharge my critical straight
Elektrina, voda, oheň, ice. Ice purge
it
drákov.
does still work the same, but there are situations when it will fail and I will not get the recharge straight away. So that's additional nerf related to slower fire rate. It doesn't always work. If enemies are relatively far away, oh, now I didn't recharge, so that was one case. And that's me killing a Scourge Beast. She would be dead twice as fast previously with the same railway and the same commando build. So it is definitely less damage. I would not say it's useless. It's still a very powerful weapon. And what you can do, and you couldn't previously, is use it without VATS. Okay, there are some enemies over there. Let me show you. Now I shoot them without using the VATS. Of course, VATS is still recommended approach, but now without using the VATS, I can hip fire at them. I can relatively easily control it. The smoke covers half of the screen. Yeah. So you're able to see, I can easily...
Zvládneme 5?
Can get my spikes back. I can kill them without
Možno,
VATS,
hej?
so there is something good about those changes, but overall, majority of those
Ja, zvládneme
changes
5
can be
kurmani.
done to put railway out of the king position, of the best weapon to kill bosses. I don't think it is anymore. After the updates will go live, the best weapon to kill bosses. About the question when, we don't know the date yet when those changes will all come into effect. Most likely with next season, so approximately 2 months. So that is the most likely scenario. They all subject to change, so as always, Bethesda is taking the feedback. Although, taking into consideration that currently Railway is #1 boss killer, I don't think they will roll it back. Maybe a little bit, I don't know. I would at least like this reload speed penalty removal. I don't think it's necessary. Like, the point of the quad is to shoot more, not to shoot a little bit more, to shoot much more. You are trading ammo expenditure for more DPS, that's the point. If I need to reload for more time, that undermines some of the quad effect. In the same time, weapons from the latest DLC that go with double ammo capacity will be indirectly buffed compared to quad, as they do not have the reload speed penalty. Unless not yet, so hopefully that will not be added. So at least double weapon, maybe, will be better in that case scenario, as you would not have penalty and still double ammo capacity. Now the question to you is, what do you think? Is that justified? Do you agree with the changes to railway rifle? You are against it? I know that you are definitely not happy if you are main user of the railway rifle, but if you try to be honest, do you think the position that railway rifle is after this rework is good or wrong? Like, if you would be responsible for balancing the game and weapons, would you do that or something else? That's the question, I guess. And now, as always, thank you all for watching, and see you all in the next one.
Ako ten oil rig by som chcel trošku rúbať.
Hello there, everyone. Water mounts that I know of. I'm pretty sure we can get there with water mounts. Alright, let's see if we come across any cows down here. If we do, we may have to take them out at a distance, hopefully. Alright, I don't have any weapons equipped or shields. Looks like there's a PAL over there.
Vždyť som dostal surfentom.
They're all running down here, so they most likely know I exist. Oh.
So surfentom tam dojde, že?
Yeah. Oh. Go, go, go. Oh, a little bit.
Once again, this totally feels like a diving into the water.
Alright.
Totally doesn't feel like
As you can see, the oil rig. Their ability to sense me is a little bit OP. There might be some other methods to get up the rig, but yeah, they're definitely. I'm pretty sure it's a bug. They shouldn't be able to just like automatically tell from the shore where the hell I'm at and automatically.
Surfent. On jediný, ktorý chodí po vode. Tento nevie. A zrobe. A zrobe vie. 600, 800. Ale surfa má tuším lepšie, že? A. Tento má 500, 650. A zrobe má 600, 800. A zrobe. Vie chodiť po vode. Nič, majme Azorobeho. Ideme ho lízať. Spravíme rýchlo Azorobeho, prečo nie? Bolo by dobré, aby sa robil z tej hydry, lenže z tej hydry sa zase nebude robiť. No tam bude chodiť často. Shadowbeak a Gopflin. Shadow Big Gopflin. Prečo mi ukazujete Az... Ah, man. Zo Shadow Beaka, ak sa dá robiť, tak je to tiež v pohode. Loot Moon, Shadow Beak. Nerobí sa náhodou. Robí sa aj s viermi. Virmacelín. A neviem, či je to muž, to čo mám. Ten má legendu, ale... on je damage dealer, potom rýchlostného. Takže bude to Virma, buď so Selene alebo s Quivernom, nie som si istý. Takže nemôžeš, budeš preťažený. No nebol by si preťažený, keby som nebol Pichus, ale... No ideme ďalej, diocko to roztočíme ďalej, dobre? No keby sa pustilo to várenia, tak to poriadne otočíme, dobre? Ešte otočíme nejaké várenia. To znamená, to čo potrebujeme je Virma, Elisbe, Warsek, Botan, Selene. No poďme sa na to pozrieť, poďme to trošku rozprodiť. Vytreneme Azorobeho. A pôjdeme tam po vode, v kľude to lízeme po vode, máš uprdele, zoberieš toho jedného, budeš mať, dostane sa na tú plošinu v kľude po vode. Máme uprdele makovej, tak máme uprdele. Pozriem sa, či s kým to dáme dokopy. Čo by sme tam mali, čo by sme tam lízli. Ale Virma to bude. A Virma je žena, sa mi zdá, neviem, či s tou Selene bude môcť lízať. Selene je tiež žena, Virma je žena. Takže naše možnosti sa práve zredukovali. Warsek, Elisbe, Quivern, Botan. Potom je muža. Elisbe sa dá tiež. Tento má Swift, ale je to takisto iba taká petelica. Už som mal dosť veľa Elisbe. Mal som dve Elisbe niekde. O Quivernu a tieto sákovi nemám. Tu mám Legendu a Divine Dragona. Jet Dragona muža. On je jediný? To nemá zlé roly, popravde. Kde mám tie včely Elisbe? Mal som nejaké. Počkaj, mám Bigard a nemám Elisbe. Quivern. No, trošku nepríjemné, no. Jaká bola Forsek. Aj tie sejly nemôžeme zobrať, pretože viac nie. Aj tak sú iba ženy. Forsek, Terra, Forsek. Ako mohol by som ísť tu Selin? Nemohol. Škoda. Nemám náhodou firmu muža niekde líznutú. Mám, ale nemá tie lízačky. Trošku sa situácia komplikuje, samozrejme. Trošku situácia komplikuje. Situácia sa skomplikovala. Čo potrebujeme získať teda? Potrebujem si to Selin, ale to ťažko. Také nádlhé lakte. Na dlhé lakte. Na strašne dlhé lakte. Selin bola ideálna s firmou Forsek, Terra, to je všetko ohovne. Quiverna ani Quiver Botan to nedajú. Oni viaznú. Quiverna dokáže v noci točiť. Ak je pravda, že tí to dlho robia, takže to je to v podstate dosť jedno. A Quiverna je iba terák. Potreboval by som Selin na to ideálna. Lenže to mi neprejde. Pretože nemám kvalitnú Selin, ktorá to dokáže roztočiť. Čo na škodu veci. A tá Azrobe je rare. Tým pádom potrebujeme ho solidného. Potrebujeme ho, no. Potrebujeme Azrobe kvalitnú. Dostaneme sa do veľmi prekérnej situácie. Naše možnosti sú dosť limitované. Potreboval by som Selin. Ideálne je zo Selin. A potom by som potreboval Vanvirmu muža, ktorého nemáme kvalitného. A naozaj sa mi nechce zháňať Viermu muža kvôli tomu. God damn Selin, prečo som nemohol mať? Prečo nemôže byť muž? Lebo jediná Vierma muž, ktorého máme. A to je žena. Jediný je tento, ten má iba runnera. Čo nie je dobré, už keď som toto pustil, tak už nech má trošku grády, tá Azrobe. Nech má trošku grády, nech to vie otáčať. to nie je pičus. Čiže veľký problém pre nás zóna nepičusa. Tá filozofia nie je dobrá. Tá filozofia nie je dobrá. Filozofia vôbec nie je dobrá. Protože potrebujeme rýchlostných šmakov. Čo tu ešte aké možnosti máme? Žiadne, musí to byť Vorsekt, to všetko, to nie je nič z toho nočné. Ani Vorsekt, nie sú noční. Čo je problém? Potom boli noční. Tá pičná Sally nám to celé posiela do srvátky. A naozaj sa mi nechce firmy teraz rúbať. Aby som získal ešte jednu kvalitnú firmu muža. To je moc na dlhé lakte. Man, všetky firmy. Všetky firmy sú ženy. Muž je tu tento a to nemá slinu. Nie je to dobré. A to všetko len preto, to znamená, že potrebujeme kvalitnú selin. Čo takisto mám šancu spraviť, lebo dve selin, ktoré mám. V podstate, ak chceme Azerobe kvalitne líšiacku, naše možnosti sú pekne limitované. Naše možnosti sú pekne limitované. Naše možnosti nie sú dobré. Je dobré. Najlepšie by to bolo s tou ženou. So Selin, lenže ako zoženeme Selin? Rozhodneme sa. Nemá šancu. Nemá šancu reálne líznúť. Musel by som najprv dve kvíverny spraviť. Legendárnu kvívernu. Aspoň jednu. Musel by som postaviť ďalšiu kvívernu. Asi na to pôjdeme týmto štýlom, mám taký dojem, no. Mám taký dojem. Potrebujem krivernú muža. Teda vanvírmu muža. Ale to bude ťažko spraviť aj tak, pretože tam máš iba jednu selín. Tam máš iba jednu selín. Ktorá to nevie dostatočne roztočiť. A iba obyčajná. To znamená, tak či tak tam bude mať problémy. Vždy bude mať problémy. Vždy bude mať problémy s tým Azurobe, aby robili vajce aj cez deň. Pretože to je také situácia. Také situácia. Takže či sa mi to páči alebo nie, asi budem musieť obetovať nočné šmaky. Nejdem to inak. Nejdem to inak. Nejdem to inak. Pretože nič, dobre, obetujeme nočné šmaky. Ešte konec koncov to im malo ísť rýchlo. Čo potrebujeme teda? Však to je iba tak. Quiver, botan. A kde sa nachádzajú Elizaby? Idem to pozrieť. Tak vy ste kokoti, to by mohlo byť jasné. Tak sú na toto veľkomostrové, tam by mali lízať. Tam by mali lízať. Nebudú robiť vajce tak rýchlo, ako by sme chceli, ale to je také dočasné riešenie. Zmyslené póze mali by byť tuto. Malo by to byť slušný počet servatiek. Nebudú síce robiť v noci, ale než by som odchytil Nocturnala. To sú oni, ne? To je Bigarde. To sú Bigarde, tie nepotrebujeme. Kde sú Elizabe? Oni by tu mali niekde s nimi lízať. Well. Našiel som Bigarde. 4D plný zadok. A ja potrebujem tieto. Smrdíte. Ako nebudeme si klamať, smrdíte. Prečo ste zastali znova? Nič, budete to robiť po 4, však ste retardovaní úplne. 4000, 4000, 20 000, 4000, 8000 a 4000 soli, však ste úplne retardovaní, čo robíte? Neviete to vylízať? Ja, jasné, pokazil sa šmicler. Aj to sa stáva niekedy. Si schopný to roztočiť? Dobre, počuj, smrdí to. 20 sekúnd. Poďme to rozprúdiť. A už nerobíme veľa, robíme nejaké páčmagy, ale pálime. Musím odtiaľto odísť, musím to vypnúť. Takže nájdeme to nejakú tú ženu. Lebo túto ženu by som chcel zobrať. Oni by sa mali odchytávať relatívne solidne. Problém je, že nezónať. Celá filozofia. Chcete, by som pridal Elizabeth tiež? Ako dobre, ja to skúsim dať ona. Potom by sa to robilo, je tam Anubis Froctalion Noct. Dobre. Anubis Froctalion, Anubis Jet. OK. A síce aký máme Anubisov, ale nejaký máme. Ideme to pridávať teda tiež. Anubis Froctalion, Anubis Jet. Leverman. Nech má, nech chytí. Chytíme tam aj legendu, máme uprdele, budeme to pekne lízať. Necrobus Incinea. Okay. Ale čisto Incinea má ženu, to je ideálne. Takže stačí nám Necromus muž. Necromusov mám plno hriť niekde tuto vzadu. Jeden z nich bude schopný. Takže Necromus muž. Žena. Ova. Legenda muž. Nekomu z muž. Poď sem. Incinám. Incinám žena. Ach. Elizabeth epická, Okay. Okay. Okay, no biggie. No ale... Pozri, tam najlepšia kombinácia, ale nemyslím si. Možno, ako bolo by dobre, keby to bola kombinácia, ak to dokáže v noci točiť, ale... Myslím si. Nemyslím si. To bude fajn, lebo aj tak budú zastavovať, A potom aj solidnú Azerobe. Na tú plošinu budem chodiť často. Keď na ňu budem chodiť často, tak nech to kvalitne otočíme. Dobre? Už keď tam naozaj budeme často rotovať. Tam často budem chodiť. Mučke, tam budem chodiť často. Pocit, čo môžem spraviť a hodí potom tam tie vajce, keby som chcel. Takže potrebujeme tú včelu. To znamená, potrebujeme túto včelu. Elizabeth. A potrebujeme muža. Potrebujeme muža s legendou. Legenda muž. On je to v podstate jedno, lebo aj tak sa to nestíha robiť. Nestíhame to tie vajce tak vytáčať. Pičus prehráva? Už to zabalil? Zabalil tabak? On to robí cez sulfenta, ale my to chceme robiť cez azorube. Aj surfem nebol zlý, 500, 650. Táto je o dosť rýchlejšie. A mne sa zdá, že on je lepší nakoniec. While mounted prevents stamina depletion while moving over water. On je lepší kvôli tej... While mounted prevents stamina depletion. Lebo on je rýchlejší nakoniec, on je rýchlejší. Lebo on môže non-stop šprintovať. A sprinting speed má 650 oproti takže v podstate on je lepší, lebo môže non-stop šprintovať. Ja, takže nakoniec späť na surfenta. Lebo môže non-stop šprintovať na hode a nemíňa sa stamina depletion. A otázka je... Dobre, takže ideme na surfenta. On sa tiež podľa mňa robí s vírmi. Ako určite to bude vírma, neexistuje, že nie. No, vírma Xenolander. No, to je výborné. Xenolander je nočný. Už Xenolander potrebujeme. Vírma Xenolander. Ale ho nezískáš legendárneho nejako. Čo nepríjemné. To znamená... Veď sa musím postaviť vírmu, ktorá má legendu. Takže potrebujem firmu, ktorá má legendu. Ako prvú. Pravdepodobne. Prečo? Ako prenesiem legendu na tú firmu? Cez koho? To znamená, potrebujeme OK. Fast. No dobra. To znamená firmu. Potrebujeme na firmu potrebujeme. Dáme ešte poslednú várku, navaríme. 20 000, 4 000. Ako navarili sme solidné počty, myslím, že pomaly na ďalší mesiac. K plusu. A potom nekromusa nájsť. Nekromusa. Určite je to nekromus. Potrebujem nájsť. Lebo je to Palladius a Fiddle, určite je to nekromus. Nekromus Daydream, poďme na to. Daydream Nekromus. Takže Daydream môže potom nájsť. Poďme na to. Ja tam mám nejakých Daydreamov. Takže mali by sme byť v pohode. Tu mám nejakých Daydreamov. Dvoch Daydreamov som to niekde videl. Treba dúfať, že budú v pohode. Títo senované nie sú dobré. A kde som mal tých Daydreamov? Niekde som tu videl dvoch Daydreamov. Dúfam, som ich nepredal. Lebo je tam na začiatku. Nič, ak som ich povedal, tak idem teraz odchytiť nejakých Daydreamov. Lebo ich to nevidím. Možno som ich naozaj predal. Fuck. To bude také bublifuky. Ja som ja si predal. Fucking hell, man. Yeah, fuck life, fuck Mojo, fuck Jojo, poďme ho odchytiť. Kde sú? Že noc za chvíľu by som mohol si javiť Daydamové. Ukáte si... Tvoje. Power of Gaia. Toto je čistý Daydame. Možno stačí. Ale už keď som tu ešte pozriem nejakých. Takže toľkýchto sme odchytili zatiaľ iba. Jeden je čistý, ten čistý bol najlepší. Noble. Počkaj, to sú mocaily, ich treba odchytiť. Ako mám jedného čistého Daydama. Asi mi to stačia. No a zmysel ďalej Daydamovať. Dúfam, že ten čistý bude. Dúfam, že ten čistý bude žena. Respektíve to, čo potrebujeme. To čistého tam dáme v každom prípade. 2. Aj čistý je žena. We good. Verdan 20 toto. Čistý je žena teda. Čo sme tu chceli? Kvôli čomu som došiel? Kvôli tomuto. Dáme som toto, tu bude zima. Bude to byť 2 hodiny, ale to sa stáva. To je v pohode. Si nebudem stresovať. Dobre. Takže my tedy má nekomu sa. Čo nám dá? Van Virmu. Teraz sme v pohode. Povíme si steak. Takže budeme chodiť na tú plošinu, budeme tam chodiť s vodným šmakom. Budeme tam chodiť s vodným šmakom. Sme v pohode. Jeden. Dva. Tri. 4. 5. Jeden, dva, 3, 4. 5 je tu. Bude OK. Be good. No. No. Máme Daddy, má nejkomu, so I'm good. To nás spraví výrbu. Potrebujem muža legendu. Muža legendu. A potom potrebujem kľúčového finálneho muža v podstate. A potom keď budem mať kľúčového finálneho muža, tak pôjdeme na to ďalšie sondu. Dobre. To za chvíľu to.
A man ate an 8-pound hamburger in 30 minutes. This is what happened to his organs. GF is a 40-year-old man presenting to the emergency room with severe abdominal pain. He tells the admitting nurse that a burning sensation was radiating through his upper back and that it felt like his stomach was inside his neck. 8 hours earlier, GF was participating in an eating challenge hosted by a local restaurant. Anyone who
Budované nie je žiadny špás. Hunchback. A teraz sú tie pičusové, ne? Alebo tie pičusové. Ja Španielsko, Francúzsko, Holandsko, Anglicko. To bude pičustvo toto. Tí spičení Angličania. Skurviaci. Skurviaci. Áno. idem dole. Ako sme na tom. Ešte ako teraz som začal variť tieto veci, ako teraz som začal variť. A dobre, už nalejeme ešte jednu praseku. Keď som začal variť, tak spravíme pár gurmaniek. A počkaj, nespravíme, však už som skončil. Kadiť. Kadiť. Dobre, čo potrebujeme? Hodiť toto naspäť, hodiť toto naspäť. Hodiť toto naspäť. Navarili sme nejaké počty. Ešte niečo mi chýba. Aj nie. Všetko. Čas hodovať. A je to niečo, čo si mohli vylízať. Vyzerá to tak. Nie je to nič. Je to niečo, čo sme mohli vylízať. Nejaké píkačky. Nič to není.
What's up, you Vault Dwellers? Welcome back to another Fallout 76 video. In today's video, you will learn about the merchant that sells weapon skins to the Fixer. Her name is June Seaver, and she is a quartermaster of the Responders Outpost at the Gilman Lumber Mill. If you found this video helpful, please give a like and subscribe to the channel, as I will produce more and more Fallout 76 content, and of course for the future adventures that are coming soon. Now let's dive right into the good stuff. What a fair around your comment, right? What do you mean, human? Oh, you mean legendary? What legendary perks I got? I believe it's a quad 25 AP or 25 faster fire rate weapon speed, right? I agree, bro. There's a lot for me to already do. My plate is full already every day in this game. Yo, what up, Gotti? How we doing, man? Good to see you, big O Gotti. What am I doing? Yeah, fast on me. And I'm gonna show. So this is my picture of a Furious explosive combat rifle. I don't know if I'm talking about. Furious is pretty good. Furious is, does the 5% up to 45% the more you shoot them, right? Explosive really good. The sunset is level 25. Yeah, that's a bummer. But you can always re-roll. So my fixer right here is 300% ammo capacity with this quad. 25 weapon speed, negative 25 action, AP cost. And then the same attributes that the fixer comes with. I also have a quad Tesla rifle, which is amazing for like radiation rumble. Where did you get that? I rolled that. I was lucky enough to roll this, and I actually got I rolled. Oh, I don't have it. Did you fast forward me yet? I don't see you, Mikey. You talked to this person for the fixer paint. This is June. Say hi, June. picture paint, this picture paint, and so well. Scrap that. Yeah, this is my quad.
Sorry, I was overcumbered.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah, that's all with me, and this is where you get the paint. But yeah, you come in here, you get the gunmetal, the rusted, you get the two paint, plus the hot test paint. Better than the default and the fixer paint, in my opinion. But yeah, talk to June over there. This one right here. Mrs. Ripley.
Máme žádné plikošky. Jaké plikiny. Kde je ten kůň? To bude za chvíli hotové. Prečo si ty spomenul túto pičušku?
Hello guys! V dnešním videu se podíváme na to, co Adela opět tropí za neplechy. Obnovila si všechny nicméně se teď pojďme vrhnout na stream, kde se dozvíme všechny informace o kolem sociálních sítí, kolem nákupu pejska a co je s Rickem.
Budeš mít toho pejska, mohl by si dát s Rikoškem, ne, nebudu mít, já si nechám jenom Rikouška, já nebudu mít dalšího pejska, já si nechám pouze Rikouška, nechci dalšího psa, lidi, prosím vás, já dalšího psa pak nechci.
Tady nám tak jako řekla, že Rick asi nejspíš žije, jen ho prostě někam počas stěhování uklidila na nezvyklou dobu, ale Rick teda žije a nákup pejsků se nekoná. Takhle, já jsem chtěl říct ještě k tomu Rickovi, že kdyby fakt byl jako s tím, že Adela, ať si říká, kdo chce, co chce toho psa, fakt jako musí milovat. To tak záživnej stream toto.
Máme ještě nějaká akcie dát do dobrých rukou, tak se ještě zkusím jít u dalšího, ne, nechci dalšího pejska, mně stačí Rikoušek, chci se Rikouškovi prostě dál na plnověrnu.
Riko! Vidíme Rika žije. Riko žije. Do té doby dokáže tak jako mluvila, že dobrou chuť Riko a podobně, tak mi to přišlo takový jako, že budu hrát, jako že tam někde ten Riko je, myslím, že nemyslí, že ale můžeme vidět živého, nevím jestli zdravého Rika a všechny teda konspirační teorie o tom, že Riko není, se vypařily. Líbí se mi, jak ty lidi jakoby zkouší, že chtějí dát pro nějakých dobrých rukou, ale zeptají se teda jinde, když Adela nechce, nebo teda doufám, jako, že to jenom zkouší a nemyslí to vážně, aby se tak jako Adela
nedávno řekla, že si bude kupovat pejska. Nicméně podle všeho by ale není to teda opravdu a nejlepší neměl, takže za mě nechci.
Protože nemám ještě jídelní stůl a to se všechno časem dokoupím. Tak to nejmenší si jde dokoupit, že?
Kolikrát už jsme tady tu větu slyšeli, že si Adela všechno nechá do nového bytu, že si koupí nějaký toaletní stolek, až bude v novém bytě, až si koupí skříň.
Chtěla jsem vám za to strašně moc poděkovat. Je to takový zvláštní vrátit se na ten TikTok úplně od začátku s novým účtem, když jsem se na ten TikTok vracet už nechtěla, jo. Ale do normální práce normálně jako půjdu. Já teďka mám rozjednaný nějaký pohovory, jo. A věřím, že jedno z toho prostě vyjde. Já chci chodit do normální práce mezi lidi. Mě už to nebaví být pořád jenom jako doma, jo. Takže počítejte s tím, že do normální práce určitě půjdu, jo. Já jsem vám
Okay. Neviem, či mali z toho, že naučil stále spomínajú. Vôbec neviem, čo spomínajú non-stop. Čo spomínajú? Teraz toto.
Podpredseda Smeru Ľuboš Blaha vyjadril veľké uznanie Robertovi Ficovi za jeho prejav. Michal Šimečka premiéra naopak kritizoval a neodpustil si ani uštipačnú poznámku na jeho adresu a Eduard Chmelár dal poriadnu lekciu Ivanovi Korčokovi. Počúvate správy na rovinu. Odoberajte nový kanál Politika na rovinu, pretože ďalšie zaujímavé video sa pre vás už pripravuje. Robert Fico je späť. Prešlo len niekoľko týždňov, kedy predsedu vlády Slovenskej republiky takmer zavraždil opozičný aktivista pri bezprecedentnom teroristickom útoku. A on sa vrátil. Prišiel včera večer na Devín ukázať celému národu, že pri obrane Slovenska neustúpime. Budeme brániť zdravý rozum, budeme brániť normálnosť. Robert Fico to povedal jasne, je rustikálny sociálny demokrat. A vždy bude robiť všetko preto, aby prebúdzal ľavičiarov v celej Európe. Taká je naša úloha. Jeho výzva je jasná. Poďme postaviť hrádzu pred progresivistickými ideológiami. Poďme postaviť hrádzu liberálnym extrémistom. Progresivizmus sa na západe šíri ako rakovina. A my musíme povedať, stačilo. Bráňme si naše cyrilometodské tradície. Bráňme si Slovensko. Roberta Fica takmer zavraždili, aby mu v tom zabránili, no on sa vrátil, aby našu vlast chránil. Vrátil sa, aby chránil mier. A povedal to za nás všetkých Fandíme maďarskému premiérovi Viktorovi Orbánovi, ktorý išiel do Moskvy hovoriť o miery. Áno, Viktor Orbán hovorí v Moskve aj za nás. Chceme dobré vzťahy s Ruskom. Chceme slovanskú vzájomnosť. Chceme zastavenie vojny. Viktor Orbán je pravičiar, my sme lavičiari. Nikdy nebudeme patriť do tých istých stranických rodín. Ale to neznamená, že nemôžeme robiť spoločne všetko pre mier a národnú suverenitu. Premiér Robert Fico veľmi jasne zdôraznil, že Slovensku dnes nepomôže žiadne falošné zmierovanie. Opozícia prejavy zmierenia považuje za slabosť. Keby bol spáchaný atentát na niektorého z nich, tak by tu už bola občianska vojna. Ale keďže chcel opozičný aktivista zavraždiť predsedu Smeru, tak sa liberáli tvária, že to zahoďme za hlavu. A vraj nie oni, ale my sa máme kajať. Robert Fico je príliš skúsený politik, aby im sadol na lep. Jeho dnešná výzva sa zapíše do dejín. Ideme stavať veľkú hrádzu proti progresivizmu. Sme slovenskí lavičiari a budeme brániť zdravý rozum, spravodlivosť a mier. Nám nikto nebude diktovať, čo máme robiť. Robert Fico to dobre vie. Sme hrdí na slovenského premiéra, ktorý dnes opäť raz ukázal, že je štátnik, aký sa rodí raz za niekoľko generácií. Opoziční politici nevedia bez papiera predniesť ani trojminútovú zdravicu. Robert Fico dal bez papiera zásadný historický príhovor. Ešte aj s recitáciou Rufusovej básne o miery. A to všetko po tom, čo sa ledva vystrábil z ťažkých zranení po atentáte. Klobúk dole, pán premiér, klobúk dole. Ideme spoločne brániť Slovensko, brániť mier. Na prvý živý prejav Roberta Fica od jeho atentátu zareagoval aj líder opozície a progresívneho Slovenska Michal Šimečka. Premiér Fico vo svojom prvom verejnom vystúpení po atentáte prirovnal liberalizmus a progresivizmus k rakovine. Takto asi vyzerá ten povestný zmier v jeho podaní. Dovoľujem si ho vyzvať, aby prestal urážať 100 000 voličov a voličiek na Slovensku, ktorí si vo voľbách vybrali myšlienky slobody, rovnosti a lepšej budúcnosti pre našu vlast. Uviedol Šimečka a na adresu Fica pridal ešte jednu uštipačnú poznámku. Ak by sa týmito hodnotami riadil počas svojej politickej dráhy od roku 1992 aj on, žilo by sa dnes všetkým ľuďom na Slovensku výrazne lepšie. Za to, že sa mu už 4. desaťročie všetci skladajú na živobytie, by si to naozaj zaslúžili. Blogerka vystupujúca pod pseudonymom Izabela si všimla, že médiá nesnímali príchod ani odchod premiéra Fica na pódium. Vysvetlila dôvody a STVR za to ocenila. Som rada, že STVR urobila jedno zo správnych rozhodnutí, že kamerami nesnímala príchod ani odchod premiéra Roberta Fica a že médiá nemali prístup na miesta, kde sa odohrával hlavný program a boli pozvaní hostia. Progresívno-liberálne médiá tak nemali možnosť odfotografovať príchod Roberta Fica. Aspoň takýmto spôsobom im bolo znemožnené písať výmysly a najmä zavádzajúce články o stave premiéra a dávať bombastické nadpisy. Príhovor predniesol predseda vlády z hlavy, na záver z pamäti predniesol báseň Milana Rufusa o miery. Predtým spravil exkurs do histórie aj súčasnosti, skonštatoval, že spoločnosť je rozdelená a prirovnal liberalizmus a progresivizmus k rakovine. Fico v príhovore zdôrazňoval význam a dôležitosť cirkevných hodnôt pri budovaní štátu a povedal aj to, že kresťanstvo dáva tejto spoločnosti normálny rozmer. Hovoril aj o možnej úprave ústavy v záujme boja proti progresívnej ideológii. Predseda Sasky Branislav Gröling vyhlásil, že Robert Fico bohužiaľ neprekvapil. Premiér podľa neho zneužil sviatok na šírenie nenávisti a bičovanie emócií. Najhlbším dnom prejavu bolo, keď liberalizmus, teda slobodu, prirovnal k rakovine. V podstate tak vyhlásil vojnu demokracii a slobodnej súťaži myšlienok a hodnôt uviedol líder strany Sloboda a Solidarita. Publicista a poradca premiéra Eduard Chmelár dal poriadnu lekciu neúspešnému prezidentskému kandidátovi Ivanovi Korčokovi a lídrovi progresívcov Michalovi Šimečkovi. Pomohol si pritom nedávnymi voľbami v Británii, keď porovnal vyjadrenia Rishiho Sunaka po tom, čo utrpel porážku, s vyjadreniami slovenskej dvojice Korčok-Šimečka, ktorí tiež svoje voľby prehrali. Rozdiel posúďte sami. Malá britská lekcia z politickej kultúry. Porazený britský premiér Rishi Sunak zablahoželal svojmu rivalovi Keirovi Starmerovi k víťazstvu vo voľbách. Opísal ho ako slušného človeka s odhodlaním pre verejnú službu a dodal, že si ho váži. Slová, ktoré znejú v našej politickej kultúre ako sci-fi. Porovnajte si to s realitou na Slovensku. Michal Šimečka oznámil Robertovi Ficovi po prehratých parlamentných voľbách, že mu odmieta dať štandardných 100 dní pokoja a bude mu hádzať pod kolená všetky polená. A frustrovaný Ivan Korčok po prehratých prezidentských voľbách odkázal víťazovi so zaťatými zubami a trasúcim hlasom: toto vám nezabudnem. Viete, politická kultúra sa nedá naučiť. Tu si musí spoločnosť dlhodobo vypestovať. K úcte k demokracii patrí aj úcta k protivníkovi. Tu nejde len o to, že mladý Šimečka nie je taký formát, aby si dokázal vážiť politického súpera. My nemáme vypestované ani také zvyky, že líder po prehratých voľbách automaticky odstupuje z funkcie, aby jednak umožnil revitalizáciu svojej strany a aby sa politický spor nestal zbytočne osobne. U nás stále platí: ja som si tú stranu založil a ja si ju aj zničím. A to sa týka takmer všetkých. Ako veľmi by slovenská politika a slovenský parlamentarizmus potrebovali trochu toho britského gentlemanstva, noblesy a rešpektu k demokratickým pravidlám.
Fúha. To naozaj povedala? Ukáž.
Čo je priateľné, čo nie je priateľné na tých televíznych obrazovkách. Ja si to druhé spektrum názorové nedovolím označiť, že vy ste taký, alebo onaký, alebo hen taký, veď nech majú taký svoj názor. Nech si ho obhajujú, je mi to v podstate jedno, ale fakty sú niečo, čoho by sme sa mali držať. Tak sa držme napríklad vedy, už keď teda sa obhajujú tou vedou v rámci napríklad covidu, tak sa držme tej vedy aj pri témach LGBTI. Veď veda hovorí, že sú dve pohlavia. Ja neviem teda nejaké vedecké výsledky, či je okrem muža a ženy aj niečo iné. A veda hovorí aj to, aké majú psychické problémy deti, ktoré si majú prechádzať nejakou tranzíciou. Je mi vtipné, že norská ministerka kultúry sa obnáži. Tak ja sa tu teraz vyzlečím a ukážem vám prsia. Tým pádom budem blízka LGBTI a všetci mi budú tlieskať, budem úžasná, budem strašne in. Lebo tie 3-4% ma budú vyzývať, že je to v poriadku. Keď sa tu vyzlečím a ukážem prsia, bude to v poriadku? Nemám tam tie cingrlatka ako tá pani ministerka kultúry. Toto pre mňa nie je kultúra. To, čo bolo.
Čo je zase toto?
Our marchers are good robots, one and all. But sometimes I question their programming.
Čo sú títo dva za piču sú?
Aby si vedel, ako sa mám písať.
Ja som sa nesprchovala, mám vo vlasu nejakého komára.
Trávon.
Je on to zelené.
Trávon.
Už tento tvoj rotvále.
Co je za osmať máš akého psa? No?
Čo si povedala?
Čo to arbeit, môj psa? Ja, ty chceš.
Čo tam máš?
Letecky to nebudú.
Čo to znamená 2, 2, 4? Neštandardné miesto, ale...
Ježišmaria, ceste.
Áno, práve všetko. Odkiaľ poznáte to krásne slečny?
Miška nám vyšla iba tak po ulici a to ani nebolo, že ja...
Bože, títo ľudia sú totálne retardovaní. To ako sa vyjadrujú, keď sa pán. To je katastrofa. To čo sme sa dožili? What? Ah, shit, man. What? Тогда что ты ухни? Ты за что? А чё? Čo je s tými opicami? To je taká chudá. Čo je toto? Ukáž to komik.
Often just because I don't like to put anything in my real eyeball just to protect itself, to make sure it's safe and healthy all the time. But I just put some eye drops in my eye, and well, I still see everything like very blurry. I have no idea why I'm seeing this, what happened, because when I went to bed last night, everything was fine, and now everything is blurry. My eye is like pink or red or something. I have no idea, so I have so much anxiety. This is not good. My biggest fear in life is that I was going to lose my other eyeball and I would be completely blind and not be able to see anything for the rest of my life. This has been something that I've worried about my entire life because I only have one eye left. And well, everything is blurry. My eye is swollen. I've tried eye drops. I tried my eye care vitamins. And I just feel like nothing is getting better. It's actually getting worse. And I did absolutely nothing wrong. I did not hurt my eye in any sort of way. So I'm literally so terrified right now. All right, guys, it's been like 2 hours and my vision has not gotten any better. And I'm starting to get more and more worried. So I'm going to go to the eye doctor right now and see what they say. Fingers crossed we hear some good things, but let's find out. All right, guys, to the eye doc go. Tori's gonna drive me there because, well, I see literally nothing right now. So let's keep our fingers crossed and hopefully there's some good words out of this. Well, guys, we just left the eye doctor and we just got back home and they said they don't know what's wrong. They think as long as I just keep my eye safe, protect it, keep using eye drops, by tomorrow morning, everything should be fine. So they don't know why it's bruising. They think it's very odd. However, they said it should be fine. Just keep an eye on it, and tomorrow morning, everything should be good. So I'm going to give you guys an update tomorrow morning. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is the next day. I literally just woke up, and my vision is actually like even more blurry. I have no idea how, but everything is extremely blurry right now. So let's get up and go to the mirror and see what this thing looks like. Yo, do you see this? Yo, that is not good. I literally have blood in my eyeball. Do you see this right now? Look at this, ready? Blood in my eyeball. Is my eye bleeding? All right, guys, I seriously have no idea what's wrong with my eyeball, but I have never in my entire life noticed bleeding in my eye. I've never had this, and this is probably why my eye is blurry, but the blood was not there yesterday. Like yesterday, only my vision was blurry, and I had a bruise. My bruise is still there, and my blurriness has gotten worse, but now I legit have blood coming from my eyeball. I have no idea what to do. I feel like I want to cry right now. I don't know what's wrong. I do not want to lose my eye. But this is not good. This might be the worst thing that's ever happened to my eyes, ever. But I'm going to put these eye drops in here right now, and hopefully we get better. Oh, it stings so bad. But every time I do the eye drops, my vision just gets crazy worse. Is my eyeball still bleeding? It honestly seems like it's getting worse right now. I have no idea what's going on. You know, I don't want to hope for the worst, but I feel like this could be like the end of me having eyes. Like, I feel like I could actually be losing my vision because nothing went wrong. Like, there is no injuries, there is no nothing. It's just that everything is blurry. My eye is bleeding. This is not good. This is not good. All right, guys, as you know, I've done a lot of eye exams in the past, and well, I've always got down to being 20/20 vision, and now I'm going to show you guys how bad my vision is right now and how blurry it is, because I cannot see anything, so I'm going to take this eye test before we go to the eye doctor and see what happens. All right, so usually I get to line 10. I'm going to start at line 6 and go from there. It is E, D, F, C, Z, P. I got past line number 6. That is the easy levels. We're gonna go to line number 7 and see if I can get past that. So let's do it. Line number 7 is F, E, L, O, F, H, D. All right, guys. Well, I didn't even get past line number 7, which is 20/25 vision. 20/20 is normal, so my vision is literally that bad right now. It is entirely blurry. My eye is bruised. My eye is bleeding. I have no idea what I should do, what to do, but yesterday the doctor said that my eye should be fine, and I woke up this morning and my eye is actually bleeding. Oh, this is not good. Guys, I generally do not know what to do. Tori is gone right now. I can't see anything. I can't go to the doctor. I've tried to ice my eyeball. I've tried to heat my eyeball. I've used eye wipes. I have used eye care vitamins. I have used eye drops. I have literally used everything to try and cure an eyeball from being blurry and from bleeding. And it honestly just seems like my eyeball is continually getting worse and worse. And I'm at the point now where I'm absolutely freaking out. My heart is pounding so bad. And it generally feels like I'm gonna go blind right now. Like, it's actually getting worse and worse, and it's freaking me out. And what makes everything so much more terrifying is that it literally looks like my eyeball is bleeding. Like, it looks like I have blood coming out from my eyeball. And it was never like that. It was just blurry at first, and now it legit looks like my eyeball is legit, like, ruptured. And it just sucks because I literally don't have another eyeball. Like, I lost my eye to cancer 18 years ago, and I have tried my entire life to protect my other eyeball, like wearing glasses and sunglasses all the time, taking care of my eyeball. And now just one random morning, I wake up and my vision is blurry and I have a bruise on my eye. And then the next day, my eyeball is literally bleeding internally.
Se mu vrátila rakovina pravdepodobne.
No words, I legit feel like everything is against me and I could possibly be losing my real eye. So with that being said, guys, I think I'm just gonna have to go to the couch and calm down and then go to the eye doctor tonight or tomorrow when Tori gets home and hope for the best. So with that being said, guys, this is gonna end this video. There's gonna be a part 2 to this video when I figure out what's actually going on with my eyeball. So guys, please drop a like on this video and pray for me and hope that my real eyeball will be okay and that I won't actually go completely blind and lose my real eyeball, because I'm seriously freaking out so much right now. But there will be a part 2. So with that being said, I will see you guys in the next
My
video.
eyeball
And
popped out. What?
Let's hope for the best. Peace.
What?
I only have one eyeball, and for the past week, my good, real eyeball has been bleeding, and my vision has been entirely blurry. Now, when I first went to the eye doctor for my eye a week ago, they said that my vision and everything would be completely fine, just to ice my eyeball and use eye drops, and it would get better the next day. But now it is 1 week later, and the blood in my eyeball is spreading literally everywhere. My vision is getting significantly blurrier, and honestly, I legit feel like I'm going to lose my real eye. Now, I have done absolutely everything to try to make my eye better, like eye drops, vitamins, eye care supplements, and literally everything you could ever think of with an eyeball. And well, my eye just keeps getting worse and worse, but I do not want to go back to the doctor because I have a fear that they're going to tell me that I'm actually losing my real eye. And well, at first it was just my loss of vision, like everything went blurry, and then I had a bruise around my entire eyeball, and then last week my eyeball started to bleed, and now the blood has spread literally everywhere. In a million years, I never would have guessed I would be making a video like this because, well, I didn't think that I would ever have the chance of losing my other eyeball because I've literally protected my good eyeball my entire life because I've always had a fear. Like, my biggest fear ever was losing my other eyeball and going completely blind. And, well, it legit feels like it is going to happen. But because I don't want to go to the eye doctor because I have a fear that they're going to tell me that, like, my eyeball is actually in bad shape and I'm going to lose it, I'm just going to keep icing my eyeball, heating my eyeball, using eye drops and eye care supplements, and, well, I'll check back in tomorrow. It is the next day, and, well, my eyeball has gotten worse yet again. Look at this. The blood is spreading throughout my entire eyeball. It is almost at my pupil right now, and literally everything I see is completely blurry. Like, everything looks like a blur, and, well, the blood of my eyeball is starting to spread even more, and now I am super, super concerned. But not only is the blood spreading throughout my eyeball and my vision is blurry, my eyeball actually hurts too. Like, every single time I blink, my eyeball hurts, and I know that cannot be good. And, well, since today is Sunday and there is no eye doctors open, I think today I'm just going to do absolutely nothing to my eye and just see what happens if I just leave it alone completely. So we're going to see if it gets better or worse tomorrow. So I'll see you then. Oh, guys, my eyeball hurts so bad. I just woke up and I've been trying to, like, see out of my eye, and literally the entire thing is worse. The blood is spreading. My vision is so bad, I literally cannot see anything right now. I have to, like, squint to keep my eyes from hurting. And, well, if I try to open them, I can literally see nothing. So, I have no idea what I'm going to do. It turns out doing nothing for my eyeball did not work at all. And, well, as you can see, the blood has spread even more, and it hurts so bad. So I have no idea what I'm gonna do. I think I'm just gonna have to keep doing my meds once again, and we're gonna see if my eyeball gets better. But this is not good. Like, this is really, really bad. In the last video when my eyeball started to hurt and the blood started, you know, I thought it was just gonna take a couple days and that it was gonna heal itself. But now I'm at the point where my eye hurts, my vision is, like, gone. Like, it feels like I literally lost both of my eyeballs. Like, I honestly feel like I can say that I lost both of my eyes because I can see absolutely nothing. The blood is spreading, and, well, this is like the last thing I expected, was it to get this bad. This sucks so bad because I do not want to go to the doctor because I feel like they're going to tell me that my eyeball is bad or that I'm going to have to remove my other eyeball. I really do not want to go. I want this thing to heal by itself. But it's come down to that point, I feel like, where if it doesn't get better today, then I think I have to go to the hospital or the eye doctor or something because this is miserable. And, well, since I only have one eyeball left, like, I lost my other eye to cancer 18 years ago, and now I feel like I'm losing my other eyeball. However, I want to say it's going to get better. And every time I've said that, it's just gotten worse and worse. So if it's not better tomorrow, I'm going to the hospital. Like, I have no choice. It is the next day, and, well, the blood has spread even further through my eyeball. And looking at my eyeball, you think it is absolutely terrible. However, when I woke up this morning, I can actually see better. Like, I can actually see straight again, and there's not as much blurriness. My eyeball isn't hurting as much anymore. However, it is still sore, but it feels like my eye is getting better. And, well, although the blood in the eye makes it look extremely worse than it actually is right now, I honestly feel a lot better, which is so good to say and to hear because now I'm starting to think that I won't actually lose my eye. So honestly, I don't think I'm going to go to the hospital. I'm just going to wait this thing out, and we're going to see if my eyeball gets better. So fingers crossed, and, well, let's see if it gets better. All right, guys, it is 2 days later, and my eyeball has gotten crazy worse. My vision is almost gone completely, and, well, my eye is getting even more bloody, and this is not looking good. So I think I'm gonna have to go to the doctor. This is what I did not want.
However, it has come to the point where my eye hurts bad. I can't see anything, and the blood is literally all throughout my eye. So I'm gonna go to the doctor, and well, fingers crossed and prayers that I do not lose my real eyeball, because this would be awful. So let's go to the doctor and see what they say. All right, guys, here goes nothing. Tori's gonna drive me to the eye doctor, and well, we're gonna see how this goes. So I will see you guys when we leave the eye doctor. Well, guys, I am back from the eye doctor, and as you can tell, it did not go as planned. And well, I'm about to show you guys what it looks like with me having no eyeballs right now, because that is what it feels like. So here we go. This is that. And now we take off all of these to see what it looks like. And this is what it looks like. Oh, this is not going to be good. This is my first time seeing this. So here we go. 3, 2, 1. And I still have my real eyeball. Guys, I just went to the eye doctor, and well, although it felt like I lost my real eyeball and my vision was blurry, they actually helped me a lot, gave me a whole bunch of different meds and stuff. And well, I can kind of see again. However, the blood in my eyeball is still there, but they said I shouldn't have to worry about that now. And they did a lot of stuff to help me out. So thankfully, I get to keep my real eye. So with that being said, thank you guys so much for watching this video, and thank you guys for all the prayers and endless support with my eyeball. Although it does still look pretty bad, the doctor said that he is confident that it will get better very, very soon. I will keep you guys updated on how my eyeball recovers, and well, it sounds like everything should be good from now on. So with that being said, thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you haven't already, drop a like. It has officially been 1 week since I lost all of the vision in my real eyeball, and well, here is the update. So this whole thing started about 3 weeks ago when my eyelids started to swell up and bruise around my entire eye, and I wasn't sure what was going on. And then after the swelling went down, my eye became very, very bloody, and I lost all of my vision like a week later. And well, in the last video, as you saw, my eye got very, very bad. I had to go to the eye hospital for it to be checked out. And well, 1 week later, we are finally back now, and I actually have my real eye again. I can kind of see out of it a little bit. However, it still is not the best. As you can see in the eyeball, it is still very, very bloody, like right next.
Okay. 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 This is true. Hmm. Okay. No fucking way. This is true. Oh. Fucking hell. That is also, I have no friends. Who gives a fuck about friends? Jesus saved my life, yeah. That's good. Very good. Ledge dissection. Oni mu to tetovanie len zakryli farbou. On ich tam stále má. Whatever, man. OK. Pustí si jedno len také divné video. Klasika. A dá sa tých videí potom už zbaviť.
G'day guys, this is Tia and
Hello, and welcome to Football Manager. It's not the first time I've ever played it. You're probably hoping that based off of the title, but I am going to do something unusual today. I'm just going to start a save. I recently went through and counted up the hours I've played on Football Manager in the last 10 years. It came out to just over 11,000 hours, which is troubling, concerning, deeply. Feel like I could have touched grass once or twice in the last decade, but that aside, normally when I start saves, there's loud music and hype videos and like fireworks going off on stream, and it's a very exciting time. I look great in eccentric sunglasses while we're partying around, but I feel like it would be a neat exercise to start my next save, just allowing you guys to see how I actually go about the business of starting up a save in the first place, because there are certain things that are very important to do right off the bat that will set you up for success in your entire save, and nothing's more intimidating than that moment before you even hit continue for the first time. But we'll hit continue a few times. It wouldn't be fun without that. 11,000 hours. How many days is that? All right, fine, I'll look it up. That's 458 days. That means that over the last decade, I have played Football Manager for a 1.3 years, which means I have spent, I don't know if I want to know this. The easier way would have been to do that in my head, because I really just had to move the decimal twice, didn't I? But 13%. I have spent 13% of the last decade playing Football Manager. That's impressive. So the save we're starting today is with Manchester United. We're only going to play one season. My friend Nick, RTFM, who just recently started playing Football Manager, played his first ever save with Manchester United, and he had an unbelievable season. They won the league and they made the Champions League final. We're going to try and do better than that in that one season. We're going to try and use all of those hours to our advantage and do better than that.
I've always done original. Does anybody else do anything else than that? Why? Playing a really, it's like an easy save. Need the serious leagues. We don't need the unserious leagues. I am including MLS in that just so that I don't get chirped for not including my own nation. Otherwise, I would. If you want me to include Wales? Honestly, I don't even care. It's one season. They're doing that probably for development purposes, but there's a good Wonder Kid in Norway. Not that I'm targeting that or anything. Croatia, Serbia, that'll be fun. Oh, Belgium. Definitely Belgium. And Sweden. And I want Giannis Konstantelius to be in there, the Greek guy. Okay, we'll get him in there. Then basically, I'm just going to go through and set all of these to top league only because we're only playing one season, so it doesn't really, this does not matter for me. We want results calculating for those lower leagues, so we'll do playable. We're going to do view only for leagues like Ireland, but if you have a pretty decent computer, the playable really helps build out the league a lot more. They have full coaching staffs, they have full rosters and everything. So considering we're not running that many leagues, this isn't a problem. I don't need MLS. I want MLS though. I feel like I could sign some super cheeky guy from MLS. I'm gonna get rid of Sweden. I'm gonna get rid of Ireland. Now I'm fine. Okay, we've got it down to 2.5 star estimated game speed. Everything else is fine. And I will be continuing this save on stream. Basically right after this video comes out. There'll be more fireworks and fun sunglasses there. There's also a save I'm really excited for. Very good challenge because Nick did an incredible job in his first season at Manchester United. And it basically means that I am almost guaranteed to fail. The press conference. Oh, look, the first time I ever saw this, I thought it was really neat because it was part of joining a club I just hate. Like, oh yeah, dude, I have no idea who Manchester United is for sure. What if I just turn Anthony into a star? All right, the only important thing on the screen is qualify for the Europa League is their expectation. Latter stage is the FA Cup. Latter stage is the Champions League. Be competitive in the EFL. All this stuff's very, very normal. I want to sign players to sell for profit. I probably can't sign anybody from the Saudi League. Do that every month. And we're ready. I already know the main problem we're going to have here. I already know the main problem we're going to have. There's only one problem you have when you start a save with a club like this. There's a bunch of giant, stupid contracts that you just have to deal with anyways. Because you can't move the players. You can't negotiate the vision. There's no point in trying. Rafael Varane's on a $23 million a year contract. How much room do we have in our budget? $9 million. Absolutely gargantuan transfer budget. Who's the game think is our valuable players? Bruno? Garnacho? This is actually the first thing I always catch myself doing when I get to a new team. I just start looking at people to sell because I totally believe that the people that are on the team right now are not the people I'm going to want to be on the team. Especially at a team like this where you feel like, you know, if you're starting with United or Chelsea or maybe even like a Tottenham, there's going to be the kind of dead weight in those types of guys that you're going to need to move. What's salaries? It's Varane, Rashford, Casemiro. I hate that so much. And he just joined, too. We joined in January. He's not going to leave. I think I might want Jaden back. How much of his wage are they paying? My God, they're not even paying. They're paying, what is that? $4.5 million of $18 million. I'm going to do the math. That's a hell of a lot less than 50%. That's depressing. Is that real? Is that what they were actually paying him in real life? That's disgusting. All right, so the first guy in the chopping block is definitely going to be Christian Eriksen because if we are going to play, we are certainly not going to be out-techniquing our opponent. Christian Eriksen doesn't really fit that style of play. It'd be difficult to find a suitable club for his wage demands. That's where Saudi Arabia comes in, right? That's what I've been told. Anthony Martial is 27 years old. Oh, that is outrageous. I'll pay part of his wage. We can just hand him off to somebody else. I'm sure there's somebody else out there that we could sign. Normally when I do like tutorial videos, I recommend people go in and set up their squad so that they can sort by the ability rating and kind of get a feel for what they're looking at. But I just feel comfortable enough with the attributes that I can just kind of, I mean, it's also, I know these players. You know, it's not like I'm starting a non-league, so that could be another fun way to do this video if you guys want to watch that. I do think Anthony's a sentient trash can in real life, but he's got some game. I think he's got a role to play in this team this year. You know, I don't hate this team as much as you'd think. My concern with selling somebody like Harry Maguire's, we might be near on registration, but Shaw, Mount, Rashford, Wan-Bissaka, that's 4. We got 9 going. Tom Huddleston, oh, obviously. 36-year-old Tom Huddleston's in my registration. No, he's not. Get out of here. Tom Heaton? Nah, brother, we're bringing back Jaden. When can I recall him? 28 days? We'll recall Jaden Sancho in 28 days, then. Amberbond sucks, man. Who's doing this? All right, before I trash my scouting department trying to set up my staff, let's take a look at the knowledge that they already have in the game. We have no money right now, so I'm definitely interested in anybody that starts the game on the loan list, which we are holding knowledge on one player, which is depressing. I actually have to play this differently because I know I'm only playing this save for 1 year, so I am not going to just go and grab some of the best wonder kids in the game that we kind of already know about. We're going to have to sign people that we believe can play a very important role with the team this year. How clear of FFP are they in the first place? Oh, Manchester United's super clear of FFP. We just need the money. Oh, yeah, there's Greenwood on the team. Well, he's already loaned out to Tafe, and it says he's leaving at the end of his contract, the end of 2025. I don't really want to have that guy on my team anyways, so, I mean, we can just sell him. Maybe we can get our transfer budget from that. Some sort of future deal or something might be on the table. I can't believe Johnny Evans is on this team. Good Premier League player. In what universe? He's terrible. And it's no offense to him. He's 35 years old. Somebody wants Lindelof. I am inclined to make that sale. I'm very inclined to make that sale. I think everybody else on my team's probably going to be staying. That means we're going to need to be shopping in the bargain bin. But now it's time to set up our staff. Oh, I just axed basically our entire coaching staff. Wants me to make a tactic, but I don't want to do that yet. It's not time. Oh, that dude's really disgusting. Are you kidding me? Wow. Wow. Team's not really big enough to need more than one fitness coach, so that's fine. I have maybe seven coaching spots left. I'm struggling to find a technical defending coach. You can actually sort multiple columns, so I'll sort this, and then you hit this button, and it's sorting low to high, but at the same level, so like all the 16s are then sorted by technique. So I find this guy, who is the best at a fairly high level for technical defending, and I'm good.
Špát si podal na Kaliba. To znamená skončil.
Oh, he's one of those sneaky. Oh, he snuck it back in there. I don't want him as a recruitment analyst. That's the thing. I want wanna. He snuck it back in there while I was trying to talk to you. I want him as a performance analyst, but he's gonna get all mad. He won't take this. Yeah. That's what I get. Trying to talk to you people. Ugh. They have 31 scouts. 31. The interesting thing here is Football Manager is just weird all the time. So they have 31 scouts, and I'm only allowed 20, which means if I want to redo the scouting team, I'd have to have 11 less scouts. Nothing's worth having 11 less scouts. So I'm actually not going to touch the scouting team.
Would you like to see the greatest horse in town?
We're going to dump the chief scout, the general manager, and the technical coach. I need him.
Want to use the horse market? You have to give me my share of the trouble.
Alright, baby, last part. We've got the medical staff. Physios, we just want the best ones. I'm going to assume that all of the physios that we have are bad. They are. We're just going to bat.
Tento rok to vyzerá normálne, že by sa malo prašiť. Takže teraz tu máme týchto kľúčových šporkov. A potom firmu, ktorá bude mať legendu. A bude to muž. Legenda muž. A potom je Swift, Runner, Series a legenda. Oj. Ja som nikdy nešmicloval nejako. Oj. Ja som takúto firmu používal s Workspeedom 20. Čisto kvôli tomu, že má Swift, Runner a Nimble. No, da. Okay. Okay, I guess it's fine. Ty vyzeráš ako žena. Posledné, čo potrebujeme, je, aby bol muž legenda. No. Keď máme muža legendu, tak sa môžu baviť ďalej. Môžeme ďalej točiť fragy. A keď nechám ako z týchto dvoch sandistov, môžu byť firma, ale I guess it's a mojo. I guess it's a mojo, man. It's a mojo. I guess it's a mojo. Vy ste už všetko spravili? Ale... A to ste už spravili? Wow. Rýchlo točíte. No. Wow. What a beast, man. What a beast. Takže teraz potom firmu, ktorá je muž. Má legendu. Môžeme ísť na to. A keď spravíme firmu, ktorá je muž, má legendu, tak spravíme tučnú firmu. Ako poslednú. To pôjde dokopy so Sally. Lebo je to jednoduché zohnať a... Plán je jednoznačný. Okay. Ideme domov. A potom, keď postavíme kvalitnú firmu, prídeme dokopy so Selin. Skúsime líznúť na začiatok čo najlepšieho petolízača. A ať som tam. Sa to pozor. To treba fixnúť. Dáme tu KTS. Co to poznáva? Na čo sú mi tieto attack pendanty toľko? O. O. Je to najhoršie. Za chvíľučku končí táto sáka. Zajtra je posledný deň. Takže... Strata času. Strácali sme to iba čas.
All of those physios will be occupied. And even if we're over that level, you can't usually go forward and say, hey, I need more physios because I have all these players. Sports scientists are great for speed reduction and injury reduction. Many of those There's usually so many physios I like to sort by language. I'm going to send them to a language course. And you get some dude named Alistair, so that's cool too.
No čo, je to klasika. Je to klasika.
I feel like the way they made Manchester United bad in this game is they actually just made their staff really bad. Usually use loan managers, but I feel like I want one now. The forward tool, like the match tool up there, God, that is a lifesaver, isn't it? Every spot on her staff is dealt with. Now, there are the staff responsibilities, but I actually don't like doing those until we actually have the people that we want to assign our responsibilities to. So you kind of enter into a bit of a weird waiting period right after you start a save, because it takes a couple of weeks for everything to get situated. What we can do in the meantime is actually set up our tactic. And I got a little secret for you. If I want to understand exactly what my team looks like and then start making adjustments, I basically always start building it in my mind as a 4-3-3. It's like the first tactic I ever felt comfortable with. And it really helps me visualize the different types of players that we have on the team. It puts them in food groups for me almost. Get rid of the players that aren't at the club. It gets rid of all those loan guys, which helps. I don't think I want Anthony starting. At least we're going into the preseason. We're going to want Bruno Fernandes. He's going to be here. This is a very simple. We're just going to build up a very simple feeling tactic right now. Garnacho's crossing isn't very good, but I like having somebody that's just going to have pace and kind of push the tempo on the outside. I have no idea what I really want to do at striker. I guess I have to just go with Hoyland for right now, but he's going to miss the start of the season, so there is a possibility that we're at least hanging on with Anthony Martial before we get to that point. This team sucks. We really don't have a lot of wingers. I need to bring Jadon Sancho back. We're going to recall Jadon Sancho in 28 days. We don't have the money to go out and get better players, really. And so bringing back Jadon Sancho and having him play with this team seems like the best way to do it. We'll just do something that looks like this. We're bringing Anthony here. We'll have Garnacho cutting in his... No. We do something that looks like that when these guys are in. That gives me an idea. Like, immediately, I now know that we are short on wingers. So even though I liked Jadon Sancho before, I really like him now because he's somebody that fits into our registration and can come in and play as a winger. And Dortmund's not paying a lot of his wage anyways. So what's the productive part of that? We're maybe a little crowded in the midfield. We've got Mount, McTominay, Eriksson, and Amrabat, and, well, I guess just Amrabat, who's not in the team. But compared to the fact that we're basically super thin everywhere else in the team, I definitely know that I want my squad to be bigger than it is right now. So that's all taken care of. It's time for us to actually take a look at our training. And in every save, for some reason, in Football Manager, you are forced to import your training schedules. I already have them pre-built, and then you literally have to save them, and then it works. I'm just going to import the 4 schedules that are like the base that I use. This is absolutely always worth it, though. This saves you so much time. Just build out the schedules you want to do. One match Sunday. This is our basic 2-match training. And then I can just come into the calendar and just place preseason training on all the things that I want here. Oh, our preseason's dumb. It's all on the road. It's all on random days now. That makes sense in real life, but I'm canceling all of those. You can do this multiple friendly match thing and then just knock out friendlies every Saturday. Might as well make myself a little money with the scheduling. I like to do a little midweek right before the season actually starts. That's going to make our training a lot easier to schedule. We're not going to have to deal with weird fixture congestion that we're accidentally making in the preseason. I realize why people don't necessarily do that in real life, but it just makes things easier for us. And then there was set pieces. It makes you take this also, which is super annoying, because my set piece coach is a vignette, but I do basically the same thing every single time. Hybrid, no post, fin the box, near post delivery, stay high, cancel. Then I have my head of youth development setting it up. I just don't have my actual staff yet. It'll be there.
Orange man, that's... What are those?
I sent those to 1 week.
Perception.
I'm not buying that it ever does anything bad, to be honest. Look at the atmosphere, man. See, let me be honest. If this stays the same the whole time, then we're not going to win anything. Games the Premier League season. I said Champions League. Board expectation was Europa League, but everybody here is happy with that. So, Champions League. Reach the latter stage. Everybody's good with that, okay? FA Cup, is there like reach the latter stages? Everybody's okay with that? Everybody has sense of code of conduct, cool. Did that help? Oh, baby. Almost like I played this game a little bit, and yet somehow that still just hits so hard every time a little bit, and yet somehow that's to like reach the latter stages. Everybody's okay with that. Everybody accepts the code of conduct. Cool. Did that help? Oh, baby. Almost like I played this game a little bit, and yet somehow that still just hits so hard every time I watch that. Oh, it still hits so hard. Press conference, honestly, I'm surprised it took me as long as it did to delegate them, but you have to do the first one, so we'll just click option 2 every time. Real hunger from everybody, you know? I had a real hunger to not have to do this press conference. Because you can't actually damage your relationship with the board if you don't do this. It's famous as one time Dr. Benji got fired for not doing the introductory press conference. Survived my one press conference of my career. It was a close one. Why did they change one? Still some things about this game blow my mind. 11,000 hours, dude. I have no idea why I can't do a recovery after the match. But, oh, I don't have any physios. I'll be able to fix that. Never mind. I need sports scientists for recovery, by the way. I know I misspoke and said the other thing. But, work permits. It's going to be 14 days before we get all of our staff in. But they will all be here. No offers for any of them. Oy. We are going to put Erickson on the transfer list, and I think I'm just immediately going to try and hire an intermediary. Lindelof, there seems to be interest, so I'm just going to get like a firm offer out there and go with $15 million and just see how he's feeling. Anthony Martial, I just don't think we're going to be able to move at all. He strikes me as the type of player that is basically an immovable object. That being said, we will just start to move at all.
Dribbling 15, finishing 15, first touch 16, 13, 15, ty kokos, úplne slabé hovno. Off the ball 12. Ty kokos, to Martial je slabý jak hovno. Oh fuck. Ako to sa napríklad nezmenilo vôbec. Hodnoty ostali také isté. Long shoes, long falls, marking. Niektoré veci sa manažeri nezmenili ani za 10 rokov. No.
He strikes me as the type of player that is basically an immovable object. That being said, we will just start floating actual prices. Sometimes that can shake things open. I actually don't hate Erickson. I just don't think, like, we're going to have to play with a lot of energy, and most of our team is, like, athletic idiots. So we're just gonna have to do that, right? Even if they're not in real life, they are in FM, so we need to play like it. Erickson's like a lemon in this team. Look at the change in the club atmosphere and the cohesion. It all shot up so much. Well, let's have a good preseason and we can be off and running, you know? We're basically just gonna have to make this work with the guys that we have in the locker room. I mean, maybe a few bargain brands, but that's it. Means it's time to set up recruitment focuses. You ready? So I'm not all my scouts are already here. So we're gonna have a Wonder Kid scouting role. I mean, you gotta have one of those, right? We're gonna have somebody looking for center backs. Title this big boy. Spice of life, you know. Oh yeah, a Wonder Kid thing. I forgot to change the age. I do that all the time, by the way. Every single time I set up a Wonder Kid scouting thing, it just doesn't work. We need a left back. Definitely just anyone. We have so many scouts, I feel like I can just kind of set this up going crazy. So, Pacey Boy, we want to have that top priority. We're looking for wings that are going to be able to play a role. We're looking for strikers that are going to be able to play a role. Okay. No, I'm not making this overcomplicated. We're very fluid, like, in terms of what we could incorporate into our tactic. You know, I feel like, who am I to judge right now? I'm not adding too many crazy things to our scouting. I'm not going over the top with it. I'm not going through the process of assigning specific scouts to, to specific roles. We've got a very good chief scout who's going to be on the way in, going to be able to organize all this for us. That's 6, 12, 18, 24, 30, 36. Technically. So that should be all of our scouts immediately off and running. Now, it's only going to show me people that they already know, but somebody like Patson Daka could actually be a fun one. Taiwo Awani would also be fun. He is a great pressing forward. Very strong, athletic, kind of aggressive guy. Very underrated. Holy Trinity right here. 21, 28 million. Very accessible price tag for your boy. Maybe we get a loan to buy Evan Ferguson. That'd be the real cheeky one. You ready? Do one of those loan offers. They want a mandatory future fee. Okay, what if I do an optional future fee? Right, optional future fee is 85 million. They want payouts. What about an optional future fee of 90 million, and then you get a bonus if we win the Champions League of 5? They want a monthly playing fee. Oh my goodness. Okay. Let me try that tomorrow. Let me try it. We'll come back to it. My favorite move, coming back the next day. Oh, they put in some work. Okay. Okay, we need to not include names found in other things. The Wonder Kid's just going to pick up everybody else, dude. What I like about the way it works now is that they only really bring you people that they feel like would be affordable to you, so they don't really they don't chuck you the Kylian Mbappe's of the world. One of my physios has decided that they are not going to play. They're not going to play for me. They're not going to heal for me. How dare they not heal for me? Just got hurt. I don't have my physios in yet. Chill, man. Chill. It's like the culling for 2 weeks. You know. I can get Lindelof to leave. He's okay with that. Okay, him and Eriksson are down to leave. Yeah, Martial's probably down to leave too. He's got. Okay, I'm happy here. Ooh, yeah. Probably should have known that. I'm sure. Under the hood, even though it says balanced because Evan doesn't want to get sued, I'm sure that there are some problems attempting to deal with him. So they had a negotiating win right there. Honestly, I've been through a lot of recruitment meetings in my life, and I feel like the vast majority of the time, it's just not a particularly engaging moment. But I am happy to see that Everton is apparently interested in Christian Eriksen. That's quite neat. We would love to get some actual money for him. So we have drawn Newcastle in our opening friendly with 2 goals from Mason Mount, 1 from that Charlie McNeil guy, because apparently everybody else is still on vacation. But that's what starting a save looks like with 11,003 hours on Football Manager. There's no secret sauce to this game. I mean, sure, you can use the editor and cheat if you want, but especially when you're joining a big club that doesn't have much of a transfer budget, it's taking stock of what you have, making sure you get the right coaching team in, figuring out how not to bankrupt your club, and setting up a basic tactic that you feel like you're going to be able to not lose some games with. The real challenge is handling everything that comes after this, and that will happen on stream. So I'll see you guys there. If you want more help with Football Manager, this is a Football Manager tutorial I've decided to put there because it looks cool to point at something, and it will help you. But also, how cool is this? Pretty cool. FM25 is going to be the biggest Football Manager ever. We already knew that. They announced that it was going to be on the Unity engine. They're adding women to the game, and it's going to be basically a completely different experience than it ever has been before. But we didn't know any of the specifics of what the game looked like and how the redesign was going until they dropped the dev blog yesterday. Of course, they dropped it while I was traveling. I'm now at TwitchCon in Rotterdam, so I'm recording this from my hotel room. We are going to go through the dev blog and talk about what's in the game and all of the stuff that they removed, because they actually announced that they have taken a lot of stuff out of FM. There are also major UI changes announced, which opinion seems incredibly split on. So I will do a good job of telling you what to think and how to think. This is Zealand brainwashing. Are you ready? Seriously, I'm excited for this. Development update, Football Manager 25. From Miles Jacobson himself. This is not short, dude. This is 2,800 words. It is a 2,800 word dev blog. Hey, the more the better, right? Now, the first bit of it, these couple paragraphs are really just talking about why they're writing the dev blog in the first place, that they believe in something called the right amount of transparency. You can't be over transparent because you want to have cool surprises and stuff, but you want to tell people about what's going on in the game. Basically what it boils down to. That and the fact that they're celebrating getting the Premier League license after apparently chasing it for more than 20 years, which that's cool, but if you use the, packs like logo and face packs, the licensing, it's not going to matter too much for you. But considering the vast majority of people that play Football Manager don't use that stuff, it is a really big deal. They also apparently changed their logo, which I do this, and I had no idea. So it's not a huge logo change. Here's the old one. Here's the new one, right? It's a modern, simplified version of the new logo. They also point out the fact that there are 10 million players of Football Manager now, which is insane. That's a ton of growth, and apparently most of that is not on PC. Now, that does concern me a little bit, right? Because if we're talking about a game that is now much more popular on console, as they point out here, and mobile, then it is a game that's going to need to be designed in order to accommodate for that. Now, there is the bright side that the computer version is slightly different from the console version, is very different from the mobile version, right? So they're not all technically the exact same game, but the fact that the game development in general is going to be focused on a wider audience is definitely going to have an effect on the PC audience. But 10 million players is 10 million players. The more people playing Football Manager, I would think at least for a while, the better. The next segment talks about how the new Football Manager is going to set the tempo for the next 20 years of game development, because they've basically gone in and redesigned and looked at everything. The only real nugget of information from here that is like a huge piece of news is that you will be able to move between men's and women's football within the game seamlessly. So they'll both be integrated. You can coach the U.S. women's national team to a World Cup and then move to Brazil's men's team and coach them to a World Cup win. Right? You can do both of those things kind of in the same career. Staff and everything will move fluidly between there's one football ecosystem, basically, which is, the more you think about it, the more that just has to be the way to do it. Obviously, reputation is going to be an interesting thing to handle. Now, Football Manager is always married to the idea of replicating real life, but where are they going to land all of the clubs reputation-wise? Because what you don't want to happen is Pep Guardiola leaving Manchester City to go coach the England women's team, right? You're going to have to balance out the reputations if you want like a realistic simulation. And then there's another section, which also doesn't have a lot of new features, but does at least give more of a window into their thinking. They bolded this so that it was easy to find. Would we do it the same way if we had our time again? So they've been working on this Football Manager for years, so they just went through every different section of the game and went, would we do it a different way if we had the opportunity now? So there's going to be elements of the game that are completely redesigned. At least that's the way they're making it sound. They also said that they asked the question, would we have done this at all? Which gets to the point that I've read this already, but there is the section where they just talk about things that they've removed from the game. That does exist. Kind of a terrifying thing. But then they specify, like, some of these things are removed, but they're going to come back later. The way they worded it, do we have the time required to do this at the highest possible standard in our first cycle of a new era? So you remove the thing from the game because you don't think it lives up to the standard, but eventually you're going to add it back into the game because then you feel like it is back up to the standard again. You're able to make it up to the standard. And the last thing I think is important in here is they at least, maybe they're using it as a crutch, maybe it's true, right? But they at least say that they're using the data from the game, basically analytical data of how we all play the game to motivate the decisions on what to cut and what to focus on. After all of that prelude, they then hit you with what's changing. So features and modes that aren't in FM25. And the one that jumps right off the screen is touchline shouts. Encourage, praise, demand more, berate. Those are all going to be removed, which the moment I saw this, it makes sense to me. It does, because shouts have never worked the right way. right? Because it's always gone through with every other tactical change, which means if you shout encourage, that encourage shout doesn't reach the field until the next dead ball, right? You can't actually interact with the team at the same time. They've also always bothered me because while in theory shouts are awesome, right? You have this opportunity to influence the mood of your players throughout the game. The majority of them have never worked. They've never been particularly intuitive. It would be really complex to build a system where they were intuitive, but for them to not be intuitive at all, it was kind of like you just had to learn this language that, oh, you encourage in this situation, you demand more in this situation, and you avoid every other button like the plague. They do say, I do really want them to come back, but they'll only reappear if we could do them properly, so it sounds like it's something that's on the back burner, which means we won't be shouting encourage again for years. Pour one out for the shouts. The next thing on the chopping block, the social media screen and the data chalkboard. Now, the social media screen, probably the most useless thing in Football Manager. It was so clearly designed to be like, here's a positive response, here's a neutral response, here's a negative response, right? And the logic being, well, that's how social media is in real life, but it just wasn't something that I never looked at it. So my life is not going to be altered at all by that. And the data chalkboard, while a very cool deep track feature in the game, I imagine it took a lot of maintenance. If you don't know what it is, I'm traveling with the editor's going to pull it up for you. It's this thing where you could see, I talk about it in videos sometimes, you can see really specific, cool data, but it's something that just not a lot of people use, right? I found myself not using it except for very rare situations where you really want to find out one specific piece of information. They say literally that the usage of the chalkboard dropped from 10% to 1% once they introduced the data hub, so it just wasn't worth the time to maintain. And apparently, at least what they're trying to say here, basically all the same information is available, just in other areas of the game, but it's not going to be in that chalkboard area. They've also removed Create a Club. Now, I've never done this, but I know a lot of people had a ton of fun with Create a Club. And this is one that on the surface just makes me kind of sad because it's one of those things that while I never did it, I never used it. It was nice to have the option and it seemed fun, but it's only going to be on for a year. Apparently they've guaranteed here that it'll be back in FM26 with lots of changes and improvements then hopefully more people will play it. It's basically the way that they wrote this. 5% of people use the Create a Club feature. So it's going to be back. You just have to wait a year for it to be in the game. They've also removed versus mode, which is Football Manager's attempt at this idea of playing against each other. It's actually quite cool. If you never used it, you basically load up your squads from your save, and you can play against your other friend's squad from their saves. A couple other ways to set it up. But only 0.5% of the people that have Football Manager actually played it. As a result, there's no plan to they said they haven't started a redesign on it yet, but at least he seems to think that it might come back at some point. But this seems like they might just remove versus mode and never bring it back again, which is sad. But there is an adjustment that is going to bring PvP back. They also removed something called challenge mode, which, dude, I thought I played this game for a living. I have no idea really what challenge mode is. I don't know if I've ever opened challenge mode. They said it's going to be revamped and it'll be back next year or the year after that. So they haven't given up on challenge. And they're also removing fantasy draft. They've just axed every other mode from this. I love fantasy draft, but they said it is going to be playable on FM25. And they said something that kind of scares me, but I also kind of like. Mid-cycle feature releases are something that will become more regular for the series. So basically, they don't think Fantasy Draft is ready right now, but they want to add it into FM25, so they're going to add it halfway through the game cycle. But part of this Fantasy Draft announcement takes an absolutely wild turn because, I'll just read it. We've therefore decided to partner with FIFA E, FIFA's esports division, on an invitational FIFA E World Cup of Football Manager, which takes place in Liverpool from August 29th to September 1st. Using Football Manager 2024, 24 players will contest the tournament representing their nation on the big stage. Not only a FIFA E World Cup title is on the line, also $100,000 in prize money is up for grabs. So my first thought is, brother, get me on that stage, brother, get me on that stage. But outside of representing the United States in a Football Manager World Cup, FM is leaning into the esports thing. They're removing the fantasy draft because they initially envisioned it being an esport, but it wasn't necessarily at that level yet, so they took it down. They're going to revamp it. And in the meantime, they're partnering to create an actual Football Manager World Cup. They called the tournament a test run, which if I'm invited to participate, then I'll try not to beat everybody else too bad so that it makes good television so that they want to do it again. But it's a collaboration to try and jointly realize our esports potential. So this is something that I'm assuming Football Manager has spent a lot of time thinking about and trying to work on, because now you got 10 million people playing FM. Turning it into an esport feels more and more viable to them. But I've always thought that Football Manager's an esport is difficult. It's like professional poker. You can do everything right and lose, and do everything wrong and still win. Now, there is professional poker, though, so the idea of bringing Fantasy Draft back is awesome. They kind of have to bring it back, because they said the first qualifiers on the road to the next World Cup of Football Manager will be in Fantasy Draft, which means when Fantasy Draft comes back, if all things go well, you'll be able to qualify for the World Cup of Football Manager through the Fantasy Draft mode in the game. That's objectively awesome. That's the bad, like, all of this is beyond cool. Every other part of this so far, take it or leave it. This is really cool. But that's more just a hype announcement packed into the middle of this. Then they go into the new UI. They have completely changed the UI at FM. Now, some of the stuff in their introduction to the new UI is good. They talk about, they researched it for years, studied how people played the game, from really experienced players to new players, to see how they interacted with the screens. They also say that they want it to be a design that is platform agnostic, which means they're thinking about it in a way where if you're on console, it's easy to use. If you're on computer, it's easy to use. That does kind of scare me a little bit, right? Because now we have the Football Manager has always been this game you played until 3 a.m. on an overheating computer by yourself. And now that it's kind of being opened, like they're opening the curtains and letting the sunlight of the console world in, right, to participate in this game now. So if they do it right, it'll be fine. But, you know, you be the judge. And the first thing they introduce is terminology, something called tiles and cards. So these are tiles. Basically, this is a tile representing form in the last 5 matches. But depending on how the UI is set up or where you are in the game, the last 5 matches can be as small as something in the top right or as detailed as the bottom one, right? So these tiles are moddable in size, basically, but they can kind of fit anywhere on where the UI is. And as you can imagine, if you're on console and you're just flicking around with the joystick, it's a lot easier to go between a bunch of tiles that look like this than have to hover over something and click on it, right? And it seems like that's what they're trying to avoid. They're trying to segment the information better. But if you click on the tile, no matter what the size, then you go to the card, which presents you with the most detailed overlay of information, which this would be the card for the tile that we were just looking at. You can see kind of the exact thing they did in the last 5 matches, overall season stats, whatever else is deemed important. They've also done something incredibly radical. They've removed the inbox from the game. There is no inbox anymore. And this is basically the image we get of something they're calling the portal. And so let's just take a look at everything that we did see here. On the left, you have an agenda, right? And that seems to organize the sorts of things that come into the inbox as you have to do them. Attend the press conference, confirm the match squad, attend the match. On the middle, we've got a calendar. But on the calendar, you can see different emblems for training. You can see 2 weeks in advance. So I guess that saves you from having to kind of click up in the top right to see when your next match is and everything. You've got fixtures, which I'm assuming are just fixtures, you know, in your league or whatever, and then you have a news section. So instead of it just randomly landing on the news or social media screen when you get out of a continue, you're just getting news updates like Kylian Mbappe to Real Madrid in that bottom left part. And then over here on the right, we have messages, right? These are kind of hidden by this work in progress thing that they put over here. But if I'm reading this right, it's from the owner. Messages looks like it is just a catch-all for the stuff that was coming into your inbox before. You're just getting them in text messages now. So they've just modernized that and modernized the look and feel of it. The search bar at the top says search for tiles, which are those other things. So you can technically search for, I'm assuming, any tile in the game, right? If you want last 5 matches, Kylian Mbappe, you might just be able to type that into the search bar and find it. And then there's different areas, like there's squad, recruitment, on the pitch, club, and profile. We don't get a look at any of those, right? This is the first dev blog look into the game. They're very, very clear about the fact that it's a work in progress and everything. So this is what we get. And I'll be honest, I've seen some people hating on this. I don't hate. I don't know if we know enough about it to hate it in the first place, right? We have one image of this. On the surface, I don't hate the idea of getting rid of the inbox, right? As long as I have, you know, ways to get that information. I think the idea of splitting up that information between the agenda, right, and the messages, at least that breaks apart some of that information and it makes it work. I'm sure the messages are going to become hilariously canned, right? You're just going to get the same messages over and over and over again. Probably going to get a text from your scout that's like, hey, boss, I have 47 scouting reports. You want me to send them over? You know, but just like in some weird way. But no, I don't hate this. I think that it feels a little more clean. And to be perfectly honest, it feels more like an actual game and less like Spreadsheet Simulator. Now, don't get me wrong. I love Spreadsheet Simulator, right? And I hope they haven't touched a lot of the elements of Spreadsheet Simulator that are awesome, right? Like attributes, hopefully, or we don't see a player page in this dev blog. Hopefully all that stuff is kind of the same way. But this in itself, it feels like a better way to present information than just the inbox, right? This is a much more varied and colorful and engaging, not colorful doesn't really matter, but it is, right? In kind of an engaging way to present the same information that you would have been getting through your inbox and information that you would have wanted. And clearly with the bottom stuff, particularly the news, they're always invested in making sure that you know what's going on in the rest of the world in FM, because I always found that to be one of the coolest parts anyways. But seriously, this in itself, I don't hate. I would love to see all of the other stuff, but we're only going to get a look at that in due time, right? But they do show us one more screen. Now, this screen is during the match. There's one thing about this I hate. I can't see the field behind the screen. I wish I could see the field behind the screen. It just makes me feel more like I'm in a match, right? The tablet sort of thing made me feel more like I was in a match. It felt more realistic. I would say on stream, like, oh, yo, bring me the tablet, right? I need to take a look at something. But there is a cool part of this. It looks like you're going to be able to watch the game at a super fast speed in 2D in between highlights. Look in this middle here. There's the pitch thing. It looks like you're going to be able to see the ball kind of go back and forth. That is going to be huge for managing. You're going to be able to see, like, oh, when we're coming forward, it's always this combination of passes. Even if it's going, at warp speed, you're going to say, oh, we seem to end up with the ball over here. Oh, this guy's always losing the ball, right? You'll be able to see a lot more information because you're watching the match at warp speed with your own eyes, right? That if that's what I think it is, I don't know, right? They don't really specify. But if that's what I think it is, that's really cool. That is really, really cool. And then just like that, the dev blog is over. They tell you that the release date's going to be confirmed in early September and that they're going to be bringing back the official Football Manager podcast. And that's it. So my initial reaction, I'm most worried about the fact that we got nothing about the match engine. We didn't get any in-match gameplay images. Because I feel like if we're switching to Unity here, I say the royal we is in all 10 million of us, right? If we're switching to Unity here, I would be really, really happy to whet the palate of everybody and get everybody super fired up by showing one image from like in-game play where the graphics just look insane. We didn't get that, right? I feel like that was a marketing slam dunk. I feel like that was an obvious choice. And I am very curious. I'm racking my brain to try to think of a reason where if things were going well when it comes to the match engine, you would want to do that. Right, and maybe you guys can think of one, but I can't necessarily. Now they have until they're going to announce the release date in early September. And the match engine is going to look better. It's in Unity. It's impossible for it visually to not at least look better. But maybe they just wanted to do this dev vlog and really focus on the UI so they could see how people responded to it. And I think the UI, the people hating on it, I don't necessarily understand. I think the UI looks pretty good. I am most concerned about the idea of trying to change it too much in order to accommodate people that play on console, just because I am PC till I die. But the presentation of information looked pretty clean. Getting rid of the inbox isn't necessarily a bad idea. And we got like 3 or 4 screenshots. I mean, we can't pass judgment on whether the UI is actually good or not with the information that we have right now. But I don't think they're headed in a bad direction. And then there's a Football Manager World Cup, which I want to play. I want to play in that thing so bad. That sounds so freaking cool. If I actually do get to play in the Football Manager World Cup, I'm expecting a lot of you guys to show up in Liverpool dressed like George Washington crossing the Delaware, and United States is bringing it home. Bring it home. Probably dress like Ted Lasso for that. I feel like that would go well. I'll grow out the mustache even more. The best part out of all of this? We have now entered the new Football Manager information cycle. Let the games begin. If you want to watch me do a World Cup made up of 32 teams, made up of 11 of the same player, like 11 Mbappe's or 11 Erling Haaland's, the video's right there. It's an absolute blast, and the final is a scorcher of a match. I had a great time making it. I'm going to go take a nap on my hotel bed.
Je pánovi Štolverkovi trošku do nosa pervitínu. A pán Štolverka si vyžaduje svoje dávky. Aj pánovi Štolverkovi jeho dávky. Dal sa pánovi Štolverkovi. Našemu gurmánovi dal si nejaké bublifuky, a hneď sa mu lepšie sedí. Ty ten čo spravil?
This is a bad idea. You'll see why in a second. Told you this was a bad idea. Major League Soccer is a horrible place to manage in Football Manager. And I'm not just talking about the registration bugs that seem to come up with every new version of the game. The registration rules themselves are an absolute nightmare. Have you ever wondered why? The problem, as you've probably guessed, is that Football Manager realistically recreates Major League Soccer's salary system. And yeah, this real-life salary system is just as bad as it is in-game. Alright, let me see if I can explain it. Now bear with me, this is going to get a little bit ugly. You've got 30 roster spots in Major League Soccer in 2024. 20 of those slots are so-called senior roster slots with their own budgetary rules and constraints. The other 10 are supplemental roster slots. Those are for lower wage or younger players. Those don't count towards your salary cap. The salary cap, it's a hard cap, is $5,470,000 per year. A single player may not receive more than $683,750 per year. Now, I think most of us can follow the rules up to this point. You've basically got a hard salary cap with insanely stringent rules on maximum salaries. Now, the idea that the richest country in the world has to have a hard salary cap for its domestic football league strikes me as ludicrous, but we'll talk more about that problem later. As usual, it's the exceptions that make things muddy. The biggest exception is the designated player rule. This is the Beckham rule. You can sign up to 3 players for as much money as you like without having a count against the salary cap. Anytime you come across a law or a rule that has a major exception, you know you come across an interesting story, and that's exactly what we have here. David Beckham was 31 years old when he signed with the LA Galaxy back in January 2007. He signed for $6.5 million a year, which was clearly above the 2017 salary cap of $2.1 million per year. That's the team cap. Now think about that for a second. As a seasoned Football Manager player, would you sign a 31-year-old for 5 years, paying him triple your entire wage budget per year? I would say there's a reason why you wouldn't. There's also a reason why MLS teams were discouraged from doing this in the first place. Okay, the reason why they do this depends on a certain interpretation of why the old North American Soccer League fell apart in the first place. Like the fall of Rome, the reason for the fall of the NASL is still up for debate. There are those who think that a more stringent salary cap would have prevented that league from going under. Okay, we're going to have to talk about the NASL for a minute or two. Now, we're talking about the original NASL. That started in 1967. The NASL was generally ignored in the American sports world until 1975. That's when the New York Cosmos made a big splash by signing Pele. Pele was signed to a reported $2.3 million per year, according to this New York Times article. I don't know if the figure is right or not, though all sources having him earn at least $1 million per year. That was more money than anybody else in any American team sport. Pele, of course, was 34 years old at the time. He played 3 seasons before hanging up his cleats. Now, the real reason for the Pele signing, the real reason for the Beckham signing, the real reason for the recent Messi signing, the real reason for signing all of these old star players was, is, and will always be an attempt to raise the profile of the sport in the United States. It's for headlines and it's for attention more than anything else. The money started to flow from NASL clubs into the pockets of other Asian foreign stars. George Best signed with the Los Angeles Aztecs at age 30. He had already declined significantly as a player by that time. Johan Cruyff was next. He signed with Los Angeles at age 32. Franz Beckenbauer was 32 when he signed with the New York Cosmos. Legendary goal scorer Gerhard Müller signed with the Fort Lauderdale Strikers at age 33. And I could go on. I mean, the idea here was pretty simple. You sign a big name or two, you have them play with some of the local kids, you pay them big money, and hopefully you watch the interest in the sport rise as well as your income. Except it didn't happen. Sure, the NASL saw some big crowds. The 1978 Soccer Bowl attracted over 73,000 fans, for example. But average league attendance was awful, and most matches weren't televised. The league folded in 1984, which just so happens to be the year I was born. Anyway, the idea was that a league with more strictly controlled salary system could avoid this extravagance. My understanding is that the blame for the demise of the NASL went to player salaries. But if that's the case, then why do they let you have 3 designated players that can earn silly money without counting towards their precious salary cap? Seriously, though, why have a salary cap at all? I mean, why not let owners spend what they want to spend to make their teams competitive? It works in other countries, doesn't it? Okay, now we're getting to the real rant of the video, so brace yourself. The problem is that the MLS is engaging in anti-competitive behavior. And, well, in all of American sport, anti-competitive behavior is how stuff works. Here's a concept in American sports that I'm convinced doesn't exist in Europe. It's called territorial rights. If an American sports league grants you a franchise in a certain city, you acquire the rights to a certain swath of territory. This is seriously like Mario Puzo's novel The Godfather. That's where the mafia families agreed to respect each other's territorial rights and not interfere. In short, it's anything but a free market. Every single American sport is like this. Well, everything professional, that is. College sports are different. And I find it amazing that my home state of Utah can easily support 3 major college football teams, but only a single professional soccer team, right? That's what we call monopolistic behavior. So why does this suck? It sucks because it creates an incentive against fielding a team that is actually competitive. If you've got a certain territorial right, you know that nobody else can legally compete with the market that you control. In theory, if you set things up correctly, you can make a profit in perpetuity without ever improving the quality of your team. The lack of a promotion and relegation system also plays right into this. Now, MLS supporters will tell you that American soccer isn't advanced enough for promotion and relegation, or that the concept is completely foreign to American audiences. That's a bunch of nonsense. The reason why there is no promotion or relegation system is because team owners prefer a sports structure in which money is guaranteed from one year to the next, regardless of how well or how poorly the team plays. That's not far from the European Super League concept that we all hated. And those salary rules, well, those are just an extension of the monopoly that MLS controls over professional soccer in the United States. The league will tell you how much money you will make. You either accept it or you quit. You cannot go anywhere else. Unless, of course, you find a way to play in Europe instead. As you can see here, not every player on the U.S. national team plays in Europe, but most of them do. Well, of course they do. That's where the money is. In Europe, they don't have to worry about silly arbitrary contracts and stupid salary caps with arbitrary exceptions that allow the owners to throw money at aging players in their decline phase. Now tell me this, as an American, why in the world would I ever care about Major League Soccer if the best American players are playing in Europe anyway? The other thing you'll notice is that contracts are set by the league, not the team. This is actually the case in all American sports, even though most fans don't realize it. Let me give you an example. Baseball star Alex Rodriguez signed a 10-year contract worth $252 million with the Texas Rangers back in 2001. The Rangers were hampered by the heavy salary, and so they traded him to the New York Yankees in 2004. The Yankees did not negotiate a new contract with Rodriguez. Instead, they continued to pay him at the same salary level. Okay, you should be confused by now. I thought that this was normal, actually, until I started playing Football Manager. Now that I know how the rest of the world works, the more that I think about it, the stranger the American system is. And the reason why things are this way is because the teams aren't really independent from each other. Once again, you can thank the awful territorial rights system for this. There are some leagues in American sports where you'll see 2 teams represent the same city, usually New York City. But if you look deeper, you'll see that this is the accident of history. The NFL's New York Jets were originally part of the American Football League, which merged with the National Football League in 1970. The New York Islanders were originally formed in 1972 to prevent the World Hockey Association from fielding a team on Long Island. And baseball's New York Yankees emerged after the so-called war period in 1902, when the National League raided the American League's Baltimore Orioles. American League President Van Johnson retaliated by moving the Orioles franchise to New York City in order to compete directly with the National League there. these are all the exceptions to the rule. But for the most part, when you look at most American professional sports leagues, those leagues respect this concept of territorial rights, which means local monopolies above all else. Entry into the professional leagues for an outsider is hard, if not impossible. And nobody in America will pay attention to anything except for the highest level of play. In other words, you will never see American sports fans form a club like FC United of Manchester, no matter how much they hate the owner. You'll also never see the American equivalent of #United or AFC Wimbledon. The sports are designed to keep out competition and preserve the monopoly. And all of this from the country known for its free market rhetoric. Alright, well there you have it. Now, if you want to play Football Manager with an American team, I strongly recommend checking out one of the many editor data files that exist that come out with every new version of the game. Unfortunately, we're stuck with this real-life system for the time being, and chances are that the ironclad monopolies that control American sport will not be broken, at least in my lifetime.
The town is above. Welcome, one and all, to Helvetia, the home of Appalachia's best and, truth be told, only Fastnacht celebration. Willkommen, mein Herr, bei your dinner.
You must have a strong stomach repository to be interested in sausage making details.
No nič, tento rok asi prišiel čas sa opačiť manažéra a vyhrať s Petržalkou Ligu majstrov. Či sa nám to podarí, to si nemyslím. Ale tak plán je jasný. Vyhrať Ligu majstrov. Prestížnu gurmánku. Ako nemyslím, že sa mi to podarí, ale uvidíme, ako ďaleko sa dostane. Keby sa mi podarilo dostať do finále, to by bol veľký úspech. Keby sa mi podarilo dostať do štvrťfinále, to je veľký úspech. No uvidíme. V každom prípade nebude to mad lízať. S Petržalkou niečo rozlustrovať. Nebude to sranda.
Scouts from Man City believe he's the best 14-year-old in the world, and they aren't exaggerating. Then, 2 days later, a tweet from famous transfer reporter Fabrizio Romano. Manchester City are closing in on deal to sign American wonder kid Kevin Sullivan. Deal agreed. 2009-born talent set to join MCFC in the next years from Philadelphia Union, despite interest from Real, Borussia Dortmund, and Bayern. Fabrizio would go on to tweet about Kevin Sullivan 5 more times. The Athletic wrote an expose into the rise of Kevin Sullivan, and major Spanish news outlet Marca, they wrote an entire piece about the pursuit for Kevin Sullivan's signature. In just a few months, Kevin Sullivan went from an unknown 14-year-old kid to one of football's next big things. To figure out how and why this happened so fast, I got in touch with the Fabrizio Romano of the United States, MLS insider Tom Bowden. He literally authored that athletic article that I just mentioned.
First time I heard about him was when he was about 12, and I have a personal policy where I try very hard not to pay attention to, first of all, preteen talent in the world of soccer, but for the most part, until they're like 16, or exceptions for kids who are about to sign professional contracts. His older brother, Quinn Sullivan, who plays for the first team in the Union, he's a U.S. national team, big talent. He put up a highlight reel of his then 12-year-old brother, Kevin, and was like, hey guys, check out my brother's highlight reel. It was like the most adorable and most like innocent like tweet ever. I was like, made me happy. And when I saw it and I saw it going viral, I made the decision not to watch it. I was like, personal policy, not gonna do it. And then when like the fifth person sent it to me, of like, dude, you gotta watch it. All right, fine, I'll check it out. And I was like, holy this is good. A year later, when he was 13, he was playing with the Philadelphia Union U15 for the GA Cup. The GA Cup is the premier youth soccer tournament in the United States. All 29 MLS academies go, plus select international invites. And that year, Arsenal, Real Madrid, Manchester United, River Plate, Flamingo were among those. And the first day I was there, I knew that outside of Cabin, there were a few really good kids on the Philly 15s, and I was looking forward to watching them. But I was watching a bunch of other games, classic youth soccer tournament. So I was going field to field, talking to people walking around. I go up to the Philadelphia Union Arsenal U15 game, and I'm getting there right at kickoff. I haven't seen any rosters yet, nothing. And I kind of slipped my mind about which players were looking out for Cabin or whatever. I get in the stands, off the kickoff, Philadelphia Union win the ball off of Arsenal, score around the keeper. Kevin Sullivan ends up as a captain. It wasn't a special goal. It was just, again, a captain. Nothing that would say that he was incredible. And I didn't know who it was. The way he celebrates, he sprints to the corner flag, does a knee slide, kicks the advertising board, and then does the teacup celebration. And I immediately text one of my closest Philadelphia Union sources and go, dude, I don't know who this number 10 is on your 15s, but let me tell you, just based on the celebration, I can guarantee you that he's going to make it as a pro. And he texts me back and goes, dude, that's Kevin. I was like, I'm the best scout out there.
But it wasn't just Kevin's attitude and flashy highlights that were moving the needle. He also had something else very rarely seen at youth tournaments like this.
Dude, he ran circles around that team, man. He was just on another level. Obviously his technique, his vision, all this stuff, but like what really gets me is like at that level, at that age, if he wanted to dribble sideways, just beat players again and again and again, he could. But like he was already like a professional brain in that like everything he did had a purpose. If he did a skill move, it wasn't because it looked cool. It's because it got him closer to the goal. He was much more direct than I thought he was going to be, just based on, again, a 13-year-old child with that kind of technique and flair and being so much better than everybody around him. I figured they were going to need to coach him into, no, you beat the player, then you go forward. Or you beat the player, then you make a pass. You don't take extra touches. But what really impressed me was like, wow, like this kid's mentality is already so sharp. His intelligence is already so sharp to go along with his incredible technical skill.
That GA Cup was the first step into the limelight for Kevin Sullivan, in part because the head coach of the Philadelphia Union senior team was actually asked about Kevin Sullivan's performances at the GA Cup after it had concluded. He had played that well.
Philadelphia Union head coach Jim Curtin got asked about it in his next press conference, talking about Kevin Sullivan, and he couldn't help himself to say, like, yeah, look, like this kid, we're probably not going to have him for very long, right? Like he's one of the best in the world. And he's just speaking glowingly about Kevin Sullivan. And then it was around that time I was like, all right, like I got to start talking to sources in his camp. At the Union, all right, are you guys going to do talking about first professional deal, called a homegrown deal in MLS parlance, and just wasn't getting anything back concrete. And it's like, yeah, like he trained with Dortmund, he has a German passport, his family lineage. He, Madrid, Bayern, all you name any big team, and like he's definitely on their range, right? Like so, it was always going to be an uphill battle.
As Tom started talking to his sources, it became clear that Kevin Sullivan was on the radar of basically every major team. This became a huge threat for the Philadelphia Union, because even though he was in their academy, he was not technically under contract at the age of 14. This meant that if he could be convinced to move, Kevin Sullivan could leave for just a couple $100,000 in compensation. And because he had a German passport, he could move to Europe, anywhere in Europe, at 16 years old instead of the normal 18. And the problem kept getting bigger for the Philadelphia Union because Kevin Sullivan continued to wow scouts.
Kevin Sullivan then went with and I'm talking to USU national team sources, like, I remember joking with somebody, like, was it difficult to scout him and want to bring him into the, like, did you pat yourself on the back when you identified Kevin Sullivan and called him into the USU national team camps? And they're like, look, dude, he's a dynamo, right? Like, that was like the literal word that they said. And he's always playing up, even with USU national team, always the best player on the field, even though he's playing up an age or two. So he's with the United States U15s last year. They were playing England U15s in Europe. Kevin scored both goals in a 2-2 draw. They ended up winning in penalties. The Manchester City head of academy was there, and from that point on, they were like, we need to sign this kid.
And Manchester City was not the only team that was preparing an offer for Kevin Sullivan, but City's offer was so significant it actually priced out all of the other big clubs for somebody who's 14 years old.
One source told me when I was like trying to clarify details, did Bayern Munich and Real Madrid make an offer? Because you try to sift through, everybody can say yes, right? A source came back to me and says, just trust me when I say they were real, but like, no, they didn't make an offer because they knew that they weren't going to touch Manchester City's finances. So Manchester City elbowed out Real Madrid and Bayern Munich in terms of finances for this team, right? Like, nobody does that. Like, these are the teams that play swim at the top, like the top of the food chain in terms of money. And even Real Madrid and Bayern were like, that's it, too much for me. Great.
Well, that's insane. There is a cool way for you to support clubs that aren't trying to bully Real Madrid and Bayern Munich financially. And you can do it while getting super sick jerseys like this one. There are tons of cool jerseys from small clubs around the world like that on the website Sangalo, the official jersey sponsor of this channel. Well, this Belmont kit is from my host because colors a lot of options about this absolutely sick coaching named Stan. Maybe you want to take it to Belize with Verdes FC. Sangalo partners with these small clubs all around the world to increase their exposure and financial capability by making their jerseys available to people that love cool jerseys like me and you. So check out Sangalo in the description. Now back to how Kevin actually ended up going to Manchester City. After some tense negotiations, the Philadelphia Union and Manchester City agreed on a complex deal that would allow Kevin Sullivan to move to Manchester City at 18.
He pre-agreed a deal with Manchester City for when he turned 18. And in reporting this out, the Philadelphia Union offered him what would be the most lucrative homegrown contract in MLS history. And I was told Manchester City's offer was 20 times. So in terms of financial muscle, not close. And the original idea was that because of his EU passport, he could go to one of Manchester City's sister clubs in Europe when he's 16. But then that's still a 2-year gap of development. And Philadelphia, in negotiating, was like, you want us to do everything we can for this kid for 2 years free of charge for you, Manchester City, one of the most rich clubs in the world? Like, give me a break here. And furthermore, the team that they wanted to send him to, Lommel, the Belgian second division. Philly was like, this boy's development is better here than the Belgian second division, right? And if for some reason, I'd be shocked by this, but hey, who knows? Don't put any feelings on the kid. If at 16 or 17, he's proven to Philly and City that he's past MLS already, then they will let him go to either Girona or Palermo. I'm very glad that both parties were able to agree the best developmental path for this kid. And like, that was like Philly's thing too. Obviously they needed to dig their heels in and fight monetarily, but at the end of the day, they wanted what's best for the kid. Like, it's not like even if they like stuck to their guns and he's just going to leave for training compensation, they obviously wouldn't be able to promote him into the first team under that circumstance. But it's not like they were going to kick him out of the academy, right? Like, they still care about this kid making it, and they're still proud. So I think it's the best for everybody involved that he gets his development. Philly gets to have a few years with the kid, and then City gets him when he's 18. Again, what I think is the best developmental path for him. They're trying to be careful not to overhype him, not only because he's 14, but also because he's American. And like, a direct line that kind of came back to us was, there have been other American kids who have been heralded as this big time talent that like never really made it. And I think that's like extremely unfair to Kevin Sullivan. And like, look, not that this is costing him anything, right? Like, it didn't stop him from going to City. It didn't stop him from this big contract coming in and all of us talking about him and doing this video with the great Zealand, that he's getting all this. So it's not holding him back, but like, I don't care what his nationality is. In terms of, I get it with the quality of development, the coaching, the infrastructure, everything else. The United States Academy stuff is really, really top notch. I think it's unfair to either hype him because he's American or doubt him because he's American. This is always something that, and again, this doesn't only happen to American kids. Like, I'm certain that other places in the world, you're like, oh, whatever, this one kid from Brazil didn't make it, so let's not, this could be the next blank. Like, this, the way that people would say negatively, oh, like, what if he's Freddie Adu? I just don't think that that's fair at all. And like, particularly Freddie Adu, these are where the comps are going to come for people who don't know anything about American soccer. This was a completely different landscape in 2004 when Freddie Adu was coming through. It was a completely different league. MLS is miles better than it was then. Again, the academy system is miles better than it was then. Philadelphia Union are at the cutting edge of the academy stuff. They produced Brendan Aronson, Paxton Aronson, Mark McKenzie, Austin Trusty. All these players who have gone on to Europe, gone into the national team. The sporting director of the Philadelphia Union is a man named Ernst Tanner. Ernst Tanner made his mark as the guy who established Red Bull Salzburg's academy. Erling Haaland, Dominic Soboslai, a billion other names that I can go down. This is the guy who set up that academy, and particularly the international scouting with it. He's the one who revolutionized the Philadelphia Union Academy. So it's ridiculously unfair to compare Freddie Adu and that era of MLS to Kevin Sullivan right now.
With City clearly sold on his potential and the Philadelphia Union accelerating his path, the question remains when Kevin Sullivan will actually make his debut in first-team football. And sources from both Manchester City and the Philadelphia Union agree that by the time he's 16, he should be a complete regular with the first-team side. And that's a first-team side that already includes his older brother, Quinn Sullivan, who's a very good prospect in his own right. And that's a good time to go on a brief aside, because Kevin Sullivan is from a very good soccer family. Not only are Kevin's three older brothers all high-level players, his grandfather Larry Sullivan was a legendary head coach of Villanova men's soccer, and his dad played for Larry Sullivan and was then an assistant coach at Villanova men's soccer. Oh, also his uncle Chris Albright has 22 caps for the U.S. national team. Perhaps all that in-house experience and guidance explains why Kevin Sullivan is so good playing against older opponents.
If he were to go to Lamo at 16, they thought that he'd be like a starter already. Wouldn't be useful for him because he wouldn't have to really fight for his place. This is nuts. And I'm like trying to be careful not to be hyperbolic, not to go over the top, but this is just like genuinely what I hear from people that I talk to, these experts who are smarter than me and better than me and all this stuff. We'll see how he adapts to the second team. He made his second team debut. He came off the bench. He played the game-winning assist. Things are going well over there. They played a USL championship team in preseason. Tampa Bay Rowdy, a very good USL championship team. And they have grown men, right? Like 28, 34, like they have men. That ain't a U21 team, right? I was talking to somebody at Philly who was there, and the direct quote that I'm going to read from my article, he was running through adult men 3 times his size. That's real. He's not fake tough. He's fearless. This is a Philly kid, man. He's gonna, when he gets in the first team, I promise you, his older brother will be front of the line, Quinn Sullivan, of kicking the shit out of him in training. He's gonna be fine. He's got a bit of like he's got an edge on him, which is good. For the most part, it doesn't go into the bad side, but it comes with like, yeah, but his teammates love him. He's a good kid. It's not like, oh my god, this kid's rotten. It's just he's a confident kid, and he needs that confidence. He needs that edge to make it to the highest level.
But with such impressive performances against seasoned professionals and with people like me making videos like this, it's very easy to forget just how young Kevin Sullivan is, though. Those 12-year-old highlights that Tom was trying to ignore earlier, those were just 2 years ago. Kevin Sullivan joined the Philadelphia Union Academy in 2020 at the age of 10. And even right now, Kevin is just starting high school in the American school system.
I got an anecdote one time after he got a red card that his dad said, "You're grounded." And I was like, oh yeah, this is a child. Seeing him up close, he's like, don't quote me on this. He's like 4'7" or whatever.
Yeah.
It's like this, the Union have one of their top talents in that team is a center back who's 6'5", and like watching him dap up the 6'5" kid was just like, it was beautiful. And I was like, oh my god, like this is a 14-year-old child. Like you forget it when he's running around because his mannerisms, everything he does, he looks like a pro, man. Like it's uncanny, and it's not for show. It's all like comes natural to him versus like his mentality. Like it's just weird. It's like, oh yeah, after the game, like this is child. Like there was on Backfield.com, there was a good feature about like his family, and it was just like, yeah, Gavin's like any other 14-year-old kid who's having pizza right now for dinner, except for the fact that he's gonna wake up at 4 a.m. tomorrow, and his dad is joking like I'm letting him sleep in.
It is so easy to forget how young these players are when you are involved in this world trying to find the next wonder kid, like Tom is, like I am, and like maybe you are too. But it's always worth remembering that for Kevin Sullivan, this is a lot. Very early. He's gotten 77,000 Instagram followers in the last 30 days. That's a ton of eyeballs for a 14-year-old and a lot of pressure to match. But when you watch highlights like this, it's easy to see how people overlook that stuff so readily. As interesting as I find this story, and as much as I wanted to make this video, I do really just wish Kevin all the best. He's already accomplished more on the field than the vast majority of us ever will in our lives. His dream of being a professional player is already here, and obviously he hopes for a lot more, but that's already a massive achievement. And this is going to be a long journey. Kevin Sullivan is not going to even be Erling Haaland's age until 2033. But he's already got the largest homegrown deal in history lined up and a move lined up to Manchester City when he's 18 years old. That's an incredible accomplishment. But with as much as he's already accomplished, it's hard not to be excited about the future, wherever that might lead. If you want to read Tom's article or any of the other sources we used for this video, then check out the links in the description. Huge thank you to Tom.
Nici bolíme tamak. Pošlu človeka si dal do nosa pár servatiek. Je čas to zabaliť. 6 hodín 20 minút a 40 sekúnd.